We already ready, buddy. Wow, that was not how that was supposed to go. But what's up, everybody? HTG Brian back live on HTGtv. We're over here playing PowerWash Sim, checking out some of those Muckingham files. That's right. I love how they use, like, you know, the fact that a lot of this game is sort of taking place over in the UK. I think it's even developed in the UK. I could be wrong on that, but you know, Buckingham Palace, Muckingham files. Like, I just find that a little creative. Anyways, what is up? Yeah, I don't know why. Like, my buttons say they work and everything, and I swear I tested them before. Oh, okay, now it works. Now it works. Come on. Come on. Get good, Stream Deck. Get good. But, yeah. It's only been since yesterday, since we streamed Lego Marvel Superheroes, which what a, I don't want to say waste of time, but like what an unfortunate event that game wasn't loading stuff and it took us like forever to figure it out because there's like a bunch of underground collectibles and there's like some tricky ways to get there. I mean, I'm sure that I wasn't the only one that was convinced that they were underground. Like everyone's like, oh, you got to go to the subway, or oh, you got to go over to the water line, and all these suggestions. But all I could think of was use the push force, because none of it ended up. And we were like laughing, going, yeah, right, Dougie, this is so easy, ha ha ha. Turns out I had to restart the game. Once I did, it ended up like showing everything and it was all available and good. And so anyways, fun stuff. I had the pleasure of waking up my son this morning because my wife failed to inform either of us that there was a nail grooming appointment or nail trimming appointment. And, you know, Drex got his bath and he's all handsome and clean and smells like not like a dog for once. And we were going to get his nails did today too. But for some reason, the 9:55 slot time was picked, and you know Reese isn't up that early if he doesn't have to be. And anyway, so I woke Reese up, and then she texted me to tell me that never mind, I rescheduled it for later this afternoon. Which, who knows if he has plans or not? I don't think she checked in with him about that. So. Anyways, early notification squad. Like I said, I love my wife. It's not a fault or a problem. It's a skill that she has. She's really good. And she'll tell you, she's always like, I'm so sorry I didn't mean to do it. But she knows. She knows. Early notification squad. Chacho, Justin, and Paige. What's up, guys? Thanks for being early. Much love, much love. Race was out there early as well. Kirsten, too. What is up, guys? Get ready to mod your little hearts out. We're going to have a busy day. Both the Preston bros are here. We know how rambunctious they can be. Speaking of which, what up, Rob? What up, Matt? Good to see you. Preston bros unite. Brian D's out there, too. What up, dude? Good to see you. Is out there as well. Ben was gracing us with his presence for a little bit. Today's his 2-year anniversary. Congrats on that, dude. That's a very proud and good accomplishment. Like, that's awesome. And I know you're proud of it as well. But, you know, just know that we see you over here. And that's awesome, man. Keep it up. Let's see here. Did I already say I'm pretty sure I already said There's lots of chat back and forth, which is great. I love it. I love it. Who else? I'm scrolling good. If I miss it, it's not intentional. Sometimes old man Brian brain does not work proper or eyes do not see well. I did order some new glasses, but you won't see any change. I got some readers. The ones that I have now are basically the same as these. In fact, they're right here. You know, they're pretty tall. You know, in fact, my regular glasses are shorter. So I got some that are a little bit more like these versus these. And the reason for it is because this is how I read, but then like often I'm like watching TV or something, so like I have to like look, but like I don't like them sitting way down on the end of my nose. I like them like up high, so they're just too tall to. I have to like, anyways. So I got some new ones, and we have like this health insurance plan thing that every year in October we get $250 to spend on optical stuff. So either glasses or frames or the lenses, you know, whatever, however you want to look at it. And I ended up having to spend like $20, I think. So like and now in October it'll reset and I'll get to order another pair, but I don't know how soon I'll do that. I'll probably wait till July-ish make sure that my eyes haven't changed much, because I'm getting to that like cusp where you have to get like a an eye exam every so many years or whatever. Anyways, let's see, back to the list. Who was out there? Who's out there? I think let's see here. Tomorrow's time out. Cuff error. First time, had to do it twice. I remember when I used to take my grandfather's all the time, and they had like a $12 one, that like ran on like 17 AA batteries. And then they had like a decent one that I want to say it ran off like a 2 9-volts or something. I can't remember. They were different battery configurations, and I remember laughing about it because the batteries they had were always like the off-brand batteries. So there was like 17 of these off-brand AA's, and the one that was nice, it fit differently. So he didn't like using that one. He always liked using the old crummy one that was like from like 19. I swear it was like a Radio Shack one or so. It was old. Anyways. Yeah, and I think you guys saw the game we were talking about back and forth being a Souls-like game, and there's sort of a debate about that, which personally I'm not sure how, other than the fact that it's not developed by the same. I think it's From Software that makes those games, and other than that not being, the game plays a lot like, it looks a lot like it. It's really fun. That shouldn't deter people from playing. Like, that game is beautiful, and it was what is it, Black Myth Wukong? Probably didn't say that right, but. Anyways, Josh is out there. What up, dude? Good to see you. Grisama's back. What is up? Tony's out there, too. What up, farmers in the house? What's up, guy? What's up? Oh, and look at that. Chacho got the Killer Clowns plat. Say that under your breath, please. I do not want BHU to hear yous. I actually reached out to him this morning because I was going to suggest that maybe we rock a few games just because I know there's a new map and I have not checked it out yet. But I also want to help him, and I guess I don't know that I can help him. In a way I can, because I could either leave if I die, if that helps, or I can help him escape and escape myself. So anyways, hopefully we'll get some games in soon. I got a lot of gaming to do and no time designated to play it. Gearing up, getting ready for Funko Fusion, which is only like 2.5 weeks away. That's so wild. All right, anyways, let's jump in here. We are officially taking on the solar station of Muckingham Files Part 1, which this will be the final piece. If you remember, I did this absolutely ginormous satellite dish last week, and we're going to be back doing some smaller stuff, hopefully, this week. The new map is really big. Is it? Oh, look at that! We are off to a phenomenal start! Let's go! Nothing like a crash to start your day. That was not planned. Oh, I'd be careful what you say to me. If you ever want him to be on your friends list, I would be careful what you say to him. Remember, he was already debating whether or not he was going to accept or send you an invite. So, what the crap, man? What the actual crap? Is this going to be a problem? I wonder if this is like... Please feel free to clean the facility in whichever way you please, so as long as reopening early as possible. Okay, so I'm not sure why the game crashed. I've had it open for probably a half an hour or so. Mega appreciated. Hey, I don't know if anybody knows this or not, and it may not be my place to say anything, but I don't think it's any secret, because I don't know anybody more social than this person I'm talking about. But somebody we know fairly well, somebody we've seen in chat and has their own YouTube channel, is expecting a little, like, pretty soon. I from what I understand, there's still like a 6 or 8 week expectancy based on the due date, but being baby number three, they have some history with the first two coming a little early. So, anybody got any guesses as to who it is, or maybe knows who it is? It's like, yeah, Kirsten got it. Beard, that's mega. I guess having a YouTube channel and having a couple of kids sort of gives it away. That rules you out, right, Kirsten? You don't have a couple of kids, so that takes you out of the equation. YouTube channel, check. Friend of the chat, check. 2 kids, scratch. But yeah, so congrats to him, and I mean, yeah, I know they've got 2 littles already, plus the 2 doggos. It's gonna be a busy house for a while. A busy house. You know, I haven't seen a lot of posts come through from him, and I'm assuming it's due to the expectancy of the new little. But, you know, maybe the algorithm's just not feeding me anymore. Come on, don't you know I'm hungry? I need that in my life. Some of those little baby videos that he would post are pretty cute. They're like game-changing. If you're having like a rough day or you're like off to a slow start or whatever, seeing some of those can really, like, you know, make a change in the pace of the day. He posts a lot. Yeah, I haven't. I mean, I see his memes, but I don't see any content from the channel. Like, I see his like jokes of, like, you know, like you say, I've got bad dad jokes. Like, bro's writing a book almost every day, or using a book to post a daily bad joke. One of the two. Either A, he's got a lot of them that he's been sitting on for a minute, and he's like slowly publishing his own book, or yeah. So Nam and I, behind the scenes, have been doing some chatting and sort of building me a PC. Now, we were getting pretty close to a spec that I am pretty happy with, but it's so expensive. So I'm like in between heart attacks, I have been kind of considering putting it off a little bit and waiting until, like, you know, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, like holiday sale type stuff, because a few of the components that I'm after are gonna be on sale or will have equivalents. Like, even Windows, for example, I need to buy a copy of Windows because you basically are only authorized to run Windows on one machine at a time. And I could probably find a way to transfer, like, one of my older keys over to the new one. But I gotta be honest, spending $100 just seems like an easier option. Because I still would have to buy some sort of a device, like a drive, to put the files on and back them up. And, you know, I've got pretty big hard drive. So, I mean, I'd need a pretty big external hard drive to back it up onto. And then I'd have to move it. I think that's how it works. I'm not a professional when it comes to Windows installs and reinstalls, but I'm pretty sure that I'd have to basically back it all up, lump it up into a big drive, and then send it over to the new one, and then basically convince the machine that that is the one that it's installed on while not running it on my old one. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that's how it works. And again, it's like $100 right now, and I'm guessing it'll drop to like 90 or something, 88, 85, 90, somewhere in there soon. So I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then, you know, video card, I'm not set on the exact model. I know what I want and what's gonna be, you know, kind of a good long-term choice for me. And then what my plan right now is, we'll see if this changes, but my plan right now was to what's going on here? There's like nothing here, but there's something here. My plan is to take the new PC and literally make it my gaming and streaming PC. And normally what I do is I take my good PC that I do all my photoshopping and rendering and editing and all that stuff on. Normally I slide that over and make that the new stream PC. And then I go from there. The problem with that is that I don't really like the PC. But I mean, it still works pretty good for the most part. I haven't really played many games on it. Okay, this is getting sort of annoying here. Like, I really don't see anything. Do you guys see anything? Oh, okay, it's got to be down here then, huh? No, the frame is good. It's the panel. So I must have missed some on the other one, too. But anyways, I'm thinking about just building this new PC and making it my gaming and streaming PC, and then keeping my editor. It's working pretty good for now. It does a pretty solid job of what I need it to do. And I think Nam was having a hard time understanding why I don't do all my editing, capturing, and everything on all one PC, and then, you know, I don't know what I do with the second PC, but, and one fact that I don't know, you know how he is, he doesn't always listen to me. I tend to go on and on and on, in all fairness, but, you know, when we're talking shop, I'm usually pretty specific, and I did tell him that I often will record and then edit and then render on one PC, and I will often do that in the mornings before stream. So I'll actually play and record at night, get it all edited, ready for audio, and then I'll cut the audio in the morning and then render it. So there's a lot of streams, like, not right now, I'm not currently doing this because I'm not working on a project, but once Funko Fusion comes out, I certainly will be. I'll be rendering and exporting videos while I stream, but it won't be impeding on the processing or computing of my stream because it'll be on a different PC, if that makes sense. So I've got one that's pretty solid for editing and rendering, and then I've got one that's for playing and streaming on, and those two, that's actually why I have two, so that I'm not running into issues. Now, back in the day, it wasn't streaming, it was I would edit on one PC and then render on one PC, and then I'd go record with the other one. And so there was times where I'd get like halfway through a recording before I had a 2 PC setup, and it would like crash one or the other. So either I'd have to restart the render because the you know, the video that was exporting crashed, or, you know, my capture would crash, and that's even worse because the last thing I want is to have to, like, you know, revert saves, or sometimes I can't revert saves depending on the project and what console or whatever it's on. And so, I mean, that's kind of a big deal. So that's why I stepped up into the 2 PC game. And then, you know, there's always the question, well, why don't you just run the one PC that plays games well and that you edit on and stuff to the other one? Well, first of all, I don't want to be switching HDMIs every day or climbing under my desk every time I need to switch. You know, do I want it on my TV as my main unit to edit on, or do I want it to stream through the other PC? Because you'd have to basically take the HDMI out from the PC and run it right into the capture card of the other PC. I don't want to do that. I mean, I could probably find a way that I'm not climbing under my desk every other day to fix it, but just doesn't make much sense to me. Triple ready. Oh, I do have triple ready. I didn't think because it was... look at that demon coming through with the reminder. I thought it was another one of those ones that... Because we actually got a bunch of fluids given to us, too. See, and I bought hundreds of thousands of these things. I should have so many of these if I had access to it all. But I've got 3 liters and 5 liters. So I got 8 liters of cleaner. And I thought because I was assigned that I just didn't even have the triple ready. So, good looking out. Ready, shreddy. Haven't left yet, just not talking, about to get ready for work. Nice, appreciate that, Ben. Appreciate that. I hope you have a good day when you're ready to take off and head to the worky poo. Reese and I cleaned up the Tesla and the GTI yesterday. Had a nice little family car wash. Jillian came out for a little bit. She, in all fairness, she applied Rain-X to both her Tesla back window and my back window in the GTI. I have a wiper back there that I can use. She does not, but I like having the ability to not need it. I like the water just running off. The Rain-X does a pretty good job of that. And so we got that all squared away. She has a whole big glass roof all the way through. We did not Rain-X the top yet, but we plan on it either tonight or tomorrow. It just got too late. And but then the whole thing will be, because the front's already done, and we use the Rain-X windshield wiper fluid. So after you get a decent coat of that stuff on, whether you've used the actual Rain-X product or not, it actually works pretty well, keeping your windshield water-free. Yeah, right on, Chacho. You use it for how you want to. I want to see more than one level today. So I'm going to try to shred this dirt away. What? I wonder why I chose the middle one to start with. That was such a peculiar... You choose any of the three, and you chose which one? So, hey, I was digging around yesterday on the interwebs, not to be confused with the internet, and I did discover that a movie that I've been itching to see, that's been out in theaters for, I don't know, a few weeks now at least, is already scheduled to come to digital on Friday. So I'm excited to see that. You've heard me talk about M. Night Shyamalan over the years. I like most of his movies. Not all of them, but most of them I'm a pretty big fan of. And this new one is different. And I'm not sure what about it or how it'll end or anything, but it's called Trap. And it's basically a story about a father who takes his daughter to this huge concert at like a, big arena. And after a few minutes and they settle in, they're getting snacks and stuff, they realize that there's a bunch of police presence all around, and he starts asking questions. The dad asks a bunch of questions and discovers that there is a police operation happening where they're trying to catch a serial killer. And this guy who's done this person who's done terrible things is believed to be at this show, and they have plans to trap him. So every exit is covered and all this stuff. Well, when you see this and he discovers this fact, it's pretty clear that he goes into panic, not because he's worried there's a killer there, but it kind of seems like he might know who the killer is or might be the killer. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff. I with Shyamalan and all the twists, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the daughter, right? Maybe it could be the daughter. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things. There's always he's had movies that seem like one thing but are totally not. I won't go into detail, but The Village comes to mind, for example. If you've seen The Village, you don't need to ruin it for anybody that hasn't seen it, even though it's been out for 20 years. But The Village is one of those movies you watch the entire movie, and then in the last 5 minutes, pretty much everything that you thought was happening is turned upside down. And I mean that in the best way. And there's a few movies that are like that, yeah. The Sixth Sense is another one. Signs has a really great kind of twist or an ending that brings it all together. But yeah, so I'm excited because, Romulus is in theaters right now. I really want to see Alien Romulus. That's the other one that, I almost went and saw Trap, and I was like, reading the reviews, there's some, it's hard to say if it's really that good or not. And I don't like going to the theater, and we haven't had time to do any of that stuff lately anyways, with school getting back in and trying to fix our backyard up, and we're actually talking about doing a remodel. So yeah, there may be some weird schedules coming up in the future. It wouldn't be till probably summertime next year before we'd start, but we're talking about remodeling. We also have an opportunity coming up too that may completely change everything for me, and I don't know if this is going to be in the next year or 2 or 3 or how it'll really look, but we have a friend that runs a pretty decent business here in town. It's a small mom and pop business, and it does pretty well for itself. And we were talking to them the other day, the owners, and kind of what seemed to be a joke, they were like, well, we're only a few years out from retirement, and we already know who's going to take over the shop when we're done. And we were like, oh yeah, that's cool. Anybody we know? And they're like, yeah, you know him real well. We were like, oh yeah, who is it? They were like, it's you guys. And we were like, huh? Like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, ha ha ha, yeah, whatever. And then so we came home and we talked about it. And Jillian was like, you know, we should probably take them out to dinner and sit down and talk to them about it and see like what this really would look like, you know. And right now Jillian has like 4 to 5 years on an agreement she made with school districts, and once she finishes that up, then things will be up in the air. Like, she loves the students, loves being a part of that world, but also, you know, it gets pretty stressed out by some of the happenings. And so, you know, we've talked about life after that and whatever. And we've always talked about, like, well, what if something goes wrong with YouTube, or what if my channel gets demonetized, or what if it just falls off the face of the earth and nobody ever plays another Lego game again? And you know what I mean? Like, a lot of things, right? Or what if there's never another Lego game created and the catalog I have right now is as good as it's ever going to be, and as time goes on, less and less people are going to want to pull out their PS4 or even PS5 in a few years, right? People are not going to want to pull their PS5 out to play an old PS5 Lego game. Like, I mean, there's always going to be grandkids and, you know, not as fortunate people that have some of the older consoles. I get that. But, I mean, the volume of traffic would die out pretty heavy, you know, if nothing were to get uploaded moving forward. And there's always the concept too of like, I have to upload so much or the channel goes dormant and loses its monetization, which we found out over here on HTGtv. So you know, we talk about all that. So again, this may never happen, but we do plan on going out to dinner with them here in, you know, the next month or 3, and figuring out what that really would look like. And definitely interested in that. Denise says, I love the village. Me too. Loiner, I hope you're doing well. Heard about Trap, and I saw the trailer. It looked interesting. The next film I'm going to see in the cinema will be Terrifier 3. You know, I have never seen. I'm familiar with like the iconic bad guy, like, you know, or whatever you want to. But I don't know his name. I don't know anything about it. I know there's a couple of them. I feel like I think it's like a slasher, like a hacker slasher. So I do have my own business, Happy Thumbs Gaming, bro. This would be another one though, and I also, you know, don't forget, before this, I actually ran my own web design business for, you know, a handful of years too, and I was never like super big, awesome baller. I never did sites for like Nike or anything like that, but I did lots of local businesses and helped a lot of families and stuff out. And I even did sites for like Reese's soccer teams and basketball teams and stuff, so that we had like videos posted and photos of players and bios of kids who wanted to, that were okayed with their parents, and information on the coaches. And, you know, I did all that stuff for a while, kind of sponsoring or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, and I mean, ultimately, you know, something different. It would be a brick and mortar store versus like something else. And at the same time, I have discovered there was a company that used to make a particular product. I'm not going to go into detail about it because we're still looking into this, and I don't want anybody stealing my idea. But there was a particular product which I feel like, I mean, it would probably cost us somewhere around $8,000 to $10,000. But for roughly that price range, or maybe less if we're lucky, we could get the equipment needed to produce said items and start meeting this need that has fallen off. And I guess I didn't realize this. Like, I've actually bought multiple things from this particular company, but it had just been a handful of years. And the other day I went to look at them, and I noticed that there was like this banner on their site, and it was like, hey, we're currently not taking new orders. We're waiting for back orders to get fulfilled and whatever. And then just so happens, like 2 days later, I saw somebody posting about it. And a friend of a friend was like, you know, hey, anybody know anything about what's going on over here? And, yo, come on, get there, get there, get there, get there. there was a few responses that were saying, yeah, actually, they've been out of business since pre-COVID. And I was like, what? I mean, and I started thinking about it. I was like, has it really been that long since I ordered? And I checked my order stuff, and it had been. So then I reached out to my buddy who actually has some of the equipment I think that would be needed, and some money too, and mentioned it to him, and he was like, let me get back to you on that. So we've got all sorts of things in the works as far as that goes. But that would be something that I could basically move all of the equipment for that to the other place, and then I could potentially be doing them both at the same time. What's that? It's not kid. Uh-oh. Broken iPad. Okay, so kid, you love films with over-the-top kills, and you enjoy the Terrifier, otherwise not. So yeah, I am, like, I like a good, like, scary movie. If it's literally like a Jason Voorhees type situation where, like, there's just one killer that has little to no dialogue and just one goal, just to make the show as bloody as possible, I generally don't gravitate towards that kind of stuff anymore. Now that I'm older, like, I don't like seeing blood. I don't like seeing people get hurt. I don't like screaming, and, like, I don't like witnessing these moments of, like, absolute terror. I enjoy a good adrenaline rush. I enjoy being scared, especially, like, supernatural, or, you know, even like an actual natural catastrophe, like 2012, the movie, or San Andreas. I mean, I definitely like those types of, you know, movies. I just not, you know, like those The Hills Have Eyes and Hostel and Hotel and all these movies where it's literally just like, no offense, but some weirdo or something that is killing people over and over. I don't know. I just don't gravitate towards that. So that's why I've kind of felt like Terrifier is that, and I've never watched it, but I've always been curious. I'm like, man, am I missing out on that? Because like I said, I like a good scary movie. What did we just watch the other day? I feel like we watched something scary the other day. Well, we watched Alien Covenant again, which isn't really scary. I mean, it kind of is, but not really. I mean, there's some terrifying moments. There's something else we watched, though, I feel like. And I can't really get my wife to watch many scary movies, which is ironic because she sort of got me into watching those, like, zombie movies and stuff like that. Because I was kind of, like, making fun of her and stuff when she was watching, like, 28 Days Later and things like that. And then I watched it. I was like, this is actually a really good movie. And she's like, I know, right? Well, then she got pregnant and had Reese, and, like, everything changed. And she says that she has major nightmares about stuff. And like, she never really used to have that. So, you know, the nightmares wake her up, and she doesn't sleep well. And then we all know how it goes without any sleep. You can only do that so often. So she tries not to watch most of those. But God, I'm trying to remember what we watched. We watched something recently. Dragon, what is up? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Happy Monday. We're getting things mostly cleaned. Mostly. Shreddy ready. So those panels were pretty big and flat and fairly easy, and it didn't take too long. I mean, 20 minutes or so to get, what, 6 of those panels and 20% done. I haven't gained a whole lot since then. I mean, obviously we're making some ground here. There's some funny anglage for sure. Oh, I'll take it. I'm trying to think. I feel like we just watched a decent scary movie, and for some reason, old man Brian Brain can't recall what it was. Like I said, I know we watched Alien Covenant, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Oh, well, we watched The Thing. I did get her to watch The Thing. That might have been what it was, because that was like a week ago. And I did that for the Funko Fusion demo, which I still haven't played yet, by the way. I kind of want to, like, do another trial run now that, like, I guess nothing's really changed. The video card drivers were updated already. If there's another one in the next day or so, I might try to restream that. But I'll do like a test run before. I'll bother Kirsten or somebody and have them come check on it and make sure that I can run the game for 5 minutes or so before. You know what I mean? I guess it could have been like a demo error. I mean, Nam was trying to like clown me, and he's like, "What was the error?" And I was like, "Well, it said unknown stream error." And he's like, "Yeah, but was it a Windows error or was it a Streamlabs error?" And I was like, "I think it was a Streamlabs. Like my computer froze up. I had to hard restart it. I couldn't do anything." So it's not like I could tab around and see like, "Oh, is this part of this or where did this come from?" So I believe it was a Streamlabs error, but there hasn't been any updates to Streamlabs, so that's probably not going to change anything. Hey, Hoosier's out there. What's up, Hoosh? Oh, look at that. I actually got that whole bottom piece. Stuck at a vending machine, couldn't get back out of it, had to quit, lost some progress, had a good time. And what is that? Is that in this or what? Funko, gotcha. I guess I was just talking about that. I was like, wait a minute, what are we talking? Yeah, it's pretty rad. I haven't played that thing level yet, the demo that you're referring to. There was an update, at least one update that got a few tweaks. So depending on when you played it, that error may have been resolved. And you may have resolved it by going back and playing it. You may have just said, forget about it. But either way, they did have a couple of issues early, and some reports were given to them, and they actually deployed a patch. So if it was after I streamed, I think that was after the patch had been deployed. If it was before I streamed, then it's likely that has been updated. Yeah, I'm excited, but also kind of terrified. Like, Doug's getting ready to write the guide for it and all that, but Doug's been really busy, and I mean, real life first, of course, so I mean, there is a small possibility that it may take him a couple of weeks to get the guide, and I might not be able to do a whole lot, especially if we find out that I cannot progress without certain knowledge, right? Like, historically in a Lego game, I could just play story and miss all the collectibles, and I'm gaining ground, putting videos out, getting through my progress, but also giving the guide writer time to get stuff done. In theory, I'm going to be able to play all these levels one by one without getting collectibles and then moving on to the next one. But, I mean, there may be a wall at some point. There may be certain characters. It may be like other games where, like, I have to fully complete the area before I move on. Like, I may have to get 100%. Now, I don't think that's the case. From what I know, it's pretty open and we can play it in many different ways. But that's also going to be a problem. Like, if you start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and I go with 9, 8, 7, 6, your video requirements or your needs for what you're going to need might not match up with mine. So, I don't want to tell people like, hey, follow our playlist and play the exact order that I did, because you guys should have the freedom to play however the crap you want. But, if you're looking for efficiency, the least amount of time played, the quickest way to 100%, usually following our list helps with that. So that's going to be, an interesting Funko phenomenon. Because, I mean, there isn't any one way to play it. Now, if the game goes, hey, Jurassic World is suggested first, you should play Jurassic World. And then, when you're done with Jurassic World, it only makes sense that you play Hot Fuzz. then you know, if there's some sort of like guidance in that or defaults, we'll rock the defaults. If it's all open to choice, you know, I'm gonna have to talk with Dougie, and we might find that if we play Hot Fuzz first, you have to play through all the way through Jurassic World and 2 other areas before you. So there's so much we don't know yet. And again, I'm a little worried because, like I said, you know, Doug's had a lot going on, and I'm hoping that he's going to be able to catch everything up. But I mean, he hasn't even been able to join to play any games or anything in the last couple weeks, and you know, he's got a lot he does for his family, and I respect the crap out of that, of course. But, you know, last I talked to Tyler P about Funko Fusion, he wasn't really interested. Now, there wasn't a demo available. There wasn't stuff out there. There was like a teaser trailer. This was like months ago. So, I mean, I don't really have a backup plan. I know that Kirsten plans on playing it, but I don't know what her plans are. If she's going to be like, you know, streaming it again. I mean, rumors were that the veil may be unlifted again, and we might see some streams at some point soon, but I don't want to speak for her or put any pressure on that. I just know that there was a wee bit of a plan, and I don't know if she wants to share any of that or if she's even out there right now. I saw she logged onto the PlayStation, so she might be AFK. So we're actually climbing pretty good now with these giant panels. Sad part is I only did part of the underside, so I got a lot of that to do. Whap, whap, wow. Hey, there's a ding. I haven't really heard a ding. I've seen the flashes, but no ding-a-ding-dings. Ding, dang, dang-a-da-dang. I said a ding, dang, dang-a-da-dang. Couple days. I mean, it's still a week or more out, but September 1st, there are rumors that I might be able to order my car then. And so we're kind of planning on, I mean, I've got a couple of threads that I'm following online that are, you know, fairly accurate with stuff, but if they prove to be true, then I might be able to get the car ordered. And then I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know if it'll be like 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, a year. I have no idea. And it might be worth ordering one, but you know, as long as the order deposit is refundable, like Volkswagen's previous ones had been, then I will happily just order one, and then if I can get one sooner, you know, like if they make the model and everything that I want and one happens to become available before the one I order, because I know that sounds weird, but they'll make so many to get them into the dealerships, but then they'll also make some custom ones for people's orders. I know! So we'll see, and then who knows, you might finally get a break from me talking about what car I'm going to get. It'll be which car I own. But yeah, I'm excited. I know that. I don't know if it's the right move or not, to be honest with you. I've never bought a new car before. I've never had money to do that. And I mean, in a roundabout way, I really don't. I mean, I do, but I don't, right? Especially if we're talking about doing a house remodel and some other things like that would eat up a ton of money, or create a larger debt, right? One of the two. We're still trying to figure out what the best move is. Is it better to pay off our Tesla and then finance the Volkswagen? I mean, the Volkswagen percentage is going to be quite a bit more than the Tesla. Tesla, we're at 1.9. That's pretty low. Things are coming back down, but I mean, auto rates were at like 7 and 8% for most of this year. So even with pretty good credit, like we don't have the best credit, but we've got like second from best credit, and it was still like 7 to 8%, and 1.9 is pretty legit. So I mean, you do some math, and like, you know, how much is the 6% or 5% difference gonna make over how many years, and is it worth it? I mean, there's a lot of math involved, so I don't know. It's about as far as I get usually. Is it worth it or not? I don't know. Hey, Brian P's out there. It's a good question, Brian P. Will we be doing anything with GTA 6? I don't know. I mean, knowing that the streams are mostly taking place over on HTGtv, I am not as hesitant to try things. I know that YouTube is a very different space now than it was when GTA 5 came out and I got hit with those strikes for being inappropriate. And like, the video is not in my YouTube archive. Like, they have YouTube deleted it. But if I try and upload it to even HTGtv, I tried to upload it to the other channel. It's all, nope, sorry, this video already exists. So if I want to upload it again, even if it's for like private viewing, just sharing with friends and people who I want to see it versus everybody, it won't let me. I'd have to modify the video in some way, make it longer or shorter, you know, change some things, because you know, and I don't know exactly how the YouTube algorithm picks up on certain contents, but it knew right away, and I know that because a couple years back I got asked by one of our viewers is a radio VJ, and he asked me to do an interview. I should pull that up and share that again. It's been a while. It was fun. You know, basically just talked about how Happy Thumbs came to life, what we do, how we do it, what motivates us. I told the story about Grand Theft Auto, and in the process, up until that, like, you know, I became sort of friends with Tim, who did the interview, and he was asking me all sorts of questions prior to sort of figuring out how and we were going to do it. Like, so it wasn't scripted, but it was sort of planned in a way. And he, you know, I've told him about the Grand Theft Auto stuff, and he's like, what? So I had to find a way to get him a link, and yeah, he actually used the video sort of in the background of part of it when we actually did the interview, because there was like some video stuff too. I'd have to pull that up, but it's been a while. So it is possible, because we're on the other channel streaming, and I'm not as worried about losing, you know, 13 years worth of work due to me choosing to play an inappropriate game. But I also understand YouTube is in a different space now than it was. You good, bro? You all right? Okay, just sounded like something slammed or something crashed. All right. You settle down, Hulk. Well, go back to bed. Oh, well, good for you, man. Close this door, and it was a little loud, so I was calling Hulk. Settle down, Hulk. Getting too strong for your own good, bruh. All right, can I get a ding? No. No. Ugh. This is cheeky right here, too. I should just go ahead and do this right now. Oh, and see, look at that. All right. So when I first saw this level, I was like, nice, it's a shorty. I won't have to do much. And I didn't realize there was all of the solar panels and all of the... I mean, this is obviously a solar panel, too, of sorts. Uh-oh, somebody's discording me. Ooh, it's Old Man Gurg. Oh, Hulk smash! Yeah, pretty much. Welcome to my life. It's good. I got like my own personal bodyguard. Speaking of which, I got to figure out the day, but Rose City Comic-Con is coming up, and we're planning on going. Jillian and I are gonna go, and then Reese is going, and they've got 3 full cars, so like a lot of people going. And he said we could totally go and hang out with them to an extent, but we'd have to drive our own cars. And I guess one of his friends, or maybe 2 of his friends, I think actually, are working the event. So they're going to be like, I don't know, in some capacity, letting people in, or security, or something. So that's coming up. There's Nick Frost and Simon Pegg are going to be there, who are in Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead. And so we looked into like getting an autograph photo with them. It's $300. $300. I mean, I get it. These dudes are worldwide famous and hilarious, awesome dudes. Like Simon Pegg is, I mean, he's in like Mission Impossibles, and I mean, he's in a ton of stuff, right? Like he's played a lot of different roles, and I love him as Benji in the Mission Impossibles. Really, I haven't really seen him in anything I don't like him in, and same with Nick Frost. Nick's the same way. Like he's been hilarious in everything. We've seen him, and I love them when they're together. Like they're a great packaged duo. You thought Paul was awful? I mean, in a way, it is, but it's awful in like the most amazing way. Like it's so crass, and like some of the writing is bad, and Rogan is, you know. I enjoyed it though. I mean, I'm easy to please. There's not much out there that I hate on, unless it's Nom. If it's Nom, then you know I'm top notch hate. But yes, I enjoyed Paul. Like I said, I'm pretty easy to please. I don't like the Star Wars stuff, all the Jar Jar Binks hate, and all that, the Anakin Skywalker, all that. Like I mean, I see some of it and I understand, but I also am like, I'm not going to complain about it. Like, there's some stuff that I don't like, but not much. You guys know I'm pretty easy, go lucky, happy, whatever. Yeah, I really enjoyed Paul. I like I said, anything that both of them are in, I can't recall any. At World's End was good too, even though it's kind of corny how it all ends up. Yeah. Shaun of the Dead was one of my favorite movies for like years. We watched it so many times. I'm sorry, Sean. You've got red on you. Like I've watched that movie I don't know how many times. I absolutely love it. Hot Fuzz is good too. I watched that a ton when it first came out. Like I said, I pretty much binge everything they're in. I get that way with a lot of stuff though too, like Broken Lizard comedy stuff. I did that with all their movies too. Puddle Cruiser, and then of course you got Super Troopers and Beer Fest, Super Troopers 2, and then there was the one on the island with Penelope. I need to watch that again. I'm sure it's sitting right here. What is it called? I thought it was. I can't see it if it is. It's hilarious though. And Tacoma FD, another, you know, like I've watched that show probably not the new season, but the other season 1 and 2, I've watched probably 4 times. I just get hooked on certain stuff and jump in. I was that way with the CKY2K, like Bam and Steve-O and the Jackass crew. Like, I mean, that's what it eventually became, right? Like, but I was watching the CKY2K and all of the old stuff, like way back. In fact, I still have like all the Steve-O movies, like stuff that's like not okay, like stuff that's terrible. Like one of them's called like PCP saved my life, you know, like, yeah, like I've got all that stuff. I got Haggard the movie. Like I was really big into that stuff for a long time. I am so baffled how I landed my wife, because that was like largely what I was into when we were young and sort of earlier stages of our dating. Like, I mean, I was watching just the dumbest stuff and like being the dumbest guy. And I mean, I don't know what I did right, but I mean, I think I'm still doing it. Hopefully. Hopefully. We were talking the other day. Unfortunately, we've got some family who's not doing very well right now, and some very near and dear family, unfortunately, and you know, we're still kind of holding on to see what's happening, because it's only been happening for like 4 to 5 weeks, but in 4 to 5 weeks we've seen like rapid declining, and like last we heard they were moving to hospice already. So yeah, we were talking about stuff, and they mentioned some estate stuff, and we started talking about that, and we were like, man, you know, we should start getting our stuff ready, because like we don't really have a ton of stuff in place. And I mean, right now, obviously, like there's certain protocols that would happen, like with Reese, and now he's an adult, so that doesn't really apply anymore. But we had some of those things like mapped out and documented, but probably should update some of that, especially since things have changed, like a little bit. Not a lot of it, but a little bit. Like one of those things you don't really want to do, right? Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, you guys have heard me talk about this particular gentleman quite a bit, you know, and he's older. He's you know, mid 80s, so you know, but he was a programmer. He actually helped me with some coding, and looked into writing a script for WordPress, or YouTube to WordPress automation, which was going to cost me anywhere from like $2,500 for a basic coding program to $10,000 for a full-on script and app that was like guaranteed to work and get support. And I didn't have or want to spend that kind of money. And so he, being super smart, jumped in and wrote some lines of code and did some things, and we tested it out, and it worked, but it was sort of the basic. And you know, he's originally from the Netherlands, so you know, he's not language barrier, but like hurdles with some things, and you know, definitely an age gap. But so we never actually created or finished that project. But you know, I built a website for his wife, and she made like arts and crafts and stuff and sold them, and did quite well too with stuff, which was awesome. But yeah, they moved back to the Netherlands a few years back, and they have some family there, and yeah, and unfortunately they're over there now. So we don't know what we're doing. We don't know if we'll go over there like for a service, or I mean, that's a long ways to go for us. But this guy was like close family, and they're the ones that did all my genealogy and everything too. And I've got like this huge genealogy map, and then my cousin went through and verified all of it, and has found out a bunch of stuff since then. So I mean, I'd love to sit down and talk with my cousin about that, but right now there's some pretty important things going on. And like I said, it's just like 4 or 5 weeks ago things were pretty good. Like, I mean, obviously 80 years old, you know, mid 80s, you're not running triathlons and you know, that kind of stuff, but I mean, ultimately things were pretty good for, you know, and now it is not. So yeah, when it rains and pours, you know, they say things come in threes. You know, I lost another cousin. I'm not even sure I mentioned that 2 weeks ago. I lost another cousin. He was my dad's age, so and he had a son that was my age that we lost about 4 years ago. That was a weird deal. We I don't know if we ever really figured out what happened. Buddy went to bed early because he didn't feel good, and then never woke up. And he was 4 years younger than me, so some questions there for sure. And then, you know, his dad never really got right after that, which I can't imagine. Like, if something were to happen to Reese like that, like, I'd be messed up for a long time, I'm sure of it. And unfortunately, he had a heart attack and didn't make it. So, you know, they say things come in threes. Now, I don't know if that applies to everybody. It's like, my dad doesn't know my cousin. It's from my wife's side of the family, so my dad doesn't, but like, I wonder if that counts. Like, things often come in threes. But yeah, like I said, like four weeks ago, things were pretty good, and now things have just like crazy escalated. And what I mean by that is like, oh, I missed that side. He went from like I said, fairly normal lifestyle and everything to like having like really shaky, uncomfortable Parkinson's. I don't know if they're considering it dementia, but he is not aware of who he is sometimes or where he is, and like so they got care for him, and he was like really uncomfortable with the care. He did not know who they were, did not like, and then you know, having troubles eating and stuff too. I'm sure that's the Parkinson's. My grandfather had Parkinson's too, and he had a hard time swallowing and eating and keeping food down. And it sounds like that's kind of what's happening. So, I mean, in 4 weeks, like, I mean, come on. Never, ever. And he's one of the healthiest people. Rode bikes and, you know, did also, like, seriously, like one of the most healthiest people I've ever met. You know, being from the Netherlands too, his food diet was pretty good, and just really crummy, really crummy. Dang, Winter, that's no good. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, things can definitely happen fast. I mean, that's why we, you know, that's often why I focus so much on, like, you know, laughing and positivity and staying away from the hot topics and things like that. Like, we all have opinions, and we all need to talk and think about some of that stuff or all of that stuff at times. But, you know, when we're here hanging out, like, I just want this to be like a break from all that, right? Like, we're never fully going to be able to just disappear from all of our stuff. And I mean, the world's a crazy place. Like, you get on any social media and there's, you know, this side yelling at that side and this side accusing that side of doing this. And meanwhile, what they're saying is literally the same thing as, and it's like, it's so hard. Like, who do you believe? Who do you trust? And why would you want to believe? Why do we even care? You know, like, should we? Yes, we, you know, should. Like, there's just so much going on. And it's like, that's why I like to just try to forget about all that and just hang out, talk video games, and enjoy each other, because life is really short, you know what I mean? Wife, like I said, wife and I were talking the other night. I mean, a lot of people are living to 70, 75 these days. That's only like 25, 30 years for me. That's kind of freaky to think about. So, like, I'm trying to, like, to be more active and go more places and do more things and, you know, say yes to more things. My wife, like, we had a big talk with Nam, and there's maybe gonna be an international trip planned here soon. We won't likely go until probably this time next year or summer next year, but I mean, there was a lot of big places thrown around that are going to require Brian a lot of Valium to get on the plane, because I ain't getting on no plane. You know, like, I mean, Italy, Croatia, Vietnam, like, there was some pretty big places that were thrown around, and, you know, my wife's like, yes, let's go. And of course, Noms loves to travel and stuff too, so I'm like, they're like, we'll go without you. And I'm like, I don't like the sound of that either. I don't want to be left behind. Like, what am I gonna do at home? Get to watch your photos of all the cool stuff you're doing? Like, I'd rather be with you complaining about it than at home complaining about it. Come on. Well, hopefully not, Chacho. Hopefully not, right? I mean, we've got access to a lot of information our previous generations didn't have, or at least didn't have access to as early. You know, I mean, I don't like the doctor. I generally openly talk about my phobia of needles and blood drawings and stuff. Like, I get really nauseous even talking about it. Like, you start talking about your heart pumping and stuff, I literally start to get lightheaded and nauseous. Like, I don't know why. I mean, I kind of know why. I've literally spoken to a therapist. I've had therapy over it. Like, literally months of therapy over this. And you know, there's some conclusions that have been drawn, but whether or not those are accurate, it's hard to say. I mean, everyone's got different trauma and different things for different reasons, but you know, I couldn't tell you why. I hate needles so much, but like, you know, I'm the first to tell you to go get preventative care, but I'm the last person to go do preventative care. Like, it's just how it is, right? And I mean, hopefully that doesn't get me later. Like, my grandfather was not big on doctors, and he led a pretty healthy lifestyle. Mine is not nearly as healthy. Like, I consume alcohol, which my grandfather had maybe 5 times in his whole life. You know, I've had it 5 times this month. So, like, big difference in that department. Otherwise, you know, like, I'm not a cigarette smoker anymore. I did for a while. I don't know if you guys knew that or not about me, but I smoked roughly a pack a day for about 12 years. It wasn't until Reese was born that I quit. So, I mean, it's been, you know, 19 years, because he was 6 months old when I quit. It was July 4th. I'll never forget it, because I worked for a company who did a big production on July 4th. I did not want to work on July 4th because that was technically mine and my wife's get-together anniversary. And the previous 2 4th of Julys, I had worked this event. I did not want to work this event again. So I told my boss I was having acupuncture to quit smoking, which I had 0 plans to do. The guy who was my boss also lived with us at the time. He was in between houses, and so he was living with us. So we couldn't really lie to him without him really catching on. So I told him that, and then Jillian actually went and made an appointment for me to have acupuncture done to quit smoking. It was a real story. And I literally had I think it was on a Thursday, I had my first session. Saturday, I had a couple of needles placed in specific spots to help with anger and hunger and things like that. And then Sunday, I went in for like 10 minutes again and had like 6 or 7 needles put in for like 10, 15 minutes for, again, anxiousness, desire for, you know, cravings. And then that was it. And I mean, honestly, I told the wife, like, after that first session, I didn't even feel like I needed the second 2. Now, they may have helped me and may have helped her more than anything, because I wasn't so ragey because of those in theory. But, you know, acupuncture was the key for me. It may not work for everybody, may not work for anybody else, but it worked for me. And, you know, whether I was just ready to quit and those needles were enough. And those are different needles. Like, tattoo needles, acupuncture needles, very different than, like, draw blood needles. So I have no problem with those. I don't know why, I just don't. But yeah, I you know, gave up that habit a long time ago. And I'm grateful for it, because I still have friends that smoke, and I hate to say it, but I don't, you know, if they come over and stuff, I'm always like, ugh, bruh, you smell like an ashtray. you know? Like, and no offense to anybody who smokes. I'm not trying to shame anybody. It's a hard habit to kick. But I recommend acupuncture if you are wanting to get rid of it. Yes, I agree, Dragon. You know, my mom, so I don't know if I've ever told you guys this or not. I probably have. So my mom and my dad got divorced when I was 5. And, you know, part of the reason why my mom and dad got divorced was because, you know, they struggled to get along. Their beliefs and their habits were not in sync. You know, they dated, they went on a trip, and were gone for 2 weeks, and came back, and my mom was pregnant. And they actually had broken up when they got back from the trip, and were like not gonna get back together, but she found out she was pregnant, and they got back together, and they had me and got married. So fast forward a couple of years, things aren't working very well, and a lot of it had to do with the fact, like, my mom grew up with her dad, who worked in a meat packing facility, and he would torment and troll and harass her with all sort of, like, you know, she'd get to go to, like, the farms and, like, meet cows and things, and then, like, my grandfather would be like, how's dinner tonight, girls? You know, 'cause she had a sister too. Oh yeah, that's Bessie or whatever, right? You know, like, so my mom was, like, traumatized from my grandfather torturing her with these moments of the meat packing, and then telling stories about, you guys know what hot dog's made out of, and, you know, and things like that. And, like, he loves it. He'll still eat a hot dog. Not me. That bro that bro got hot dogs canceled for me years ago. And so anyways, my mom was very much into, you know, not eating meat at all, very much vegetarian, long before it was ever cool or labeled, like, long before veganism and all that stuff. I mean, there may have been some existence of it, but like I said, I don't like to say before it was cool, but I mean, you guys get what I'm saying when I say that. Like, again, no disrespect to anybody and their eating habits or needs. Some people are celiacs and have certain dietary, I get it. Like, this is not anything other than, like, telling you about my mom and my experience with things. Now, shortly after that, my mom actually met and fell into a group of people who are wonderful people. Still hangs out with a majority of them. But this was probably mid 80s, early 90s. And, you know, spiritualism became a big deal. You know, a lot of people were reevaluating religion and things, and you know, generations were splitting, and some people were continuing, some people were not. My mom always believed in, you know, being a good person and spiritualism, and grew up in a very religious house, and did not want to continue that. Again, nothing against religion. I'm not saying hating, I'm just telling my experience. So my mom, this group of people, the spiritualism, became very much chakra and energy based. You know, she started doing a bunch of Tai Chi, and then before we know it, she was very into crystals. And when I say she was into crystals, like, she liked crystals, they were beautiful, but she also, like, I mean, the worship is not the word, but, like, you know, there's a certain amount of healing powers and beliefs and stuff. And so for a while, like, you know, there was some stuff that my mom, you know, is weird for somebody who wasn't interested in believing in religion, had sort of found a religion, right? Like, and it was very different in its own right. And so my mom has been down some paths of stuff, and you know, ultimately, like I said, she's very natural, very and so yeah, I've seen and heard a lot of different exposures, and the veganism and stuff, like I said, that was I guess vegetarian was definitely a hard one for me, because my dad was a hunter, you know, took me hunting often, you know. We ate a lot of game, whether it was elk or, you know, or chucker or duck, you know, fish, lots and lots of fish. And I know I originally started telling all of this because of something, but not to blast my mom. I absolutely love my mom. Her and I have had some differences of opinions over the years, but you know, I would like to say we're really close, and you know, she's an awesome gal. Hot dogs are not for me, bro. Like I said, my grandfather got them things canceled a long time ago for me. And he still laughs about it. He has like this like like story that he tells and stuff, and he loves to tell you the story about how my mom ate her pet. That's so mean. Like it really is. It's, I mean, some people have called it like mental, right? But like, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I mean, it is traumatizing. Like, my mom has led her whole life in like positive, like, do good to others, do not hurt animals, do not, you know, and I guess ultimately I think that's what really I was trying to say is that, you know, my mom is a huge part of why I try and live in this positive stuff, because I mean, we all go through our negative stuff, and trying to be positive and spreading that is what it's all about. Used to be terrified of needles. See, tattoos don't bother me at all. It's not. I mean, and by the way, don't ever call it a tattoo gun a tattoo gun. I always do. I'm just giving that advice for people who are maybe new to tattoos and tattoo artists. They hate it being called a gun for some reason because it's not a weapon, I think, is part of it. But I don't have a problem with the tattoo guns. Like, I don't. Come on, get up there. I just, for some reason, those needles do not bother me at all. The acupuncture needles didn't bother me at all. It's the ones that are like 3 to 4 inches long that penetrate and have to like slurp up my sweet, precious nectar, my blood. If you ain't a vampire, you can't have it. And technically, I'm not giving you permission if you're a vampire. I just know that you're likely going to have the ability to take it whether I want to or not. All right, let's see if I can get this done over here. Yeah, it's crazy how a generation can make such a difference. Like my grandfather being like a hunter and like, you know, an animal killer working at a, you know, a meat pack, to like my mom who would like won't hurt a fly. I remember one time when like, I'm pretty sure it was Christmas. She picked me up and we went to my grandma's. And on the way to my grandma's house, we hit a possum. My mom slammed on the brakes, tried to avoid it, but she hit a possum. And it was literally like 5 houses down the street from my grandma's house. And my mom cried so hard. I was like, Mom, it's a possum. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not like, hey, we just killed a possum. But at the same time, it was a possum. You didn't do it on purpose. Like, you didn't have a choice to stop or keep going, and you kept going. Like, you slammed on the brakes and skidded out. Like, that dummy ran right in front of you. You know, and she was so upset. And, like, Christmas was ruined. And so we went and did it. She was all bummed out and all that. And then we left, and we had to go out the same way we came in, which is where that possum was. It was gone. So it had been hit enough that it was playing possum at least, but it had not died. Or I guess there's always a possibility something bigger that was hungry came and got it. But I'm pretty sure it was playing possum and it walked away. But wait, so watch it go in and draw the blood. Yeah, so my wife is not a big fan of it, but she'll do it. She could talk about it. It's not a big deal. Like, my son, he's a little bit more like me, where it's a little bit, but he actually went in the other day with confidence to have his blood drawn, and they ended up not needing to do it. So historically, he's had some need. You know, we haven't been very good parents guiding him to eating proper. We're better now than we were in his like earlier teenage years, but you know, we ate out quite a bit. McDonald's was a familiar meal around here for him. We didn't eat it very often, but he did. And I think that's something we could have done better, that we now know that we sort of avoided back then for whatever reason. I mean, we knew fast food wasn't great, but we were pretty good about sodas, though. We kept him from drinking sodas. And actually, for a while, it pissed me off because he would never drink my soda when I had a soda. And we stopped drinking, like, soda pop probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's been a while. We've been drinking, you know, sparkling waters for quite a while, and I went with just regular water for quite a while too, but made the switch over to the flavored stuff to give a little life to my taste buds. But yeah, I'm just not. So, and you know, back to my therapy about blood and needles and stuff. I mean, when I was younger, I had an incident that is believed to be a large culprit of my stuff, and that was that I had a spill. You know, the gal struggled to get me, you know, plumbed proper, and then when she did, something happened, and like the case came off or something, and it spilled. Like it was messy, and I swear I was like 12, 11, 12 years old, 13, somewhere in there. And it really stuck with me, man. And you know, there's some belief too that the Nightmare on Elm Street movie where they're in the home. I don't know if it's like, I believe it's supposed to be like an insane asylum for kids, but I don't know that those actually exist. But there's a moment where one of the dreams becomes kind of a reality, so to speak, in the movie, and it did mess with me. I know that because I used to like sleep in a certain position to try and avoid being puppeteered by Freddy Krueger. And if you've seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about, but we won't go into details because it's pretty gruesome. But yeah, I just always I have even when I was young, right around that same time that the spill happened, I had a friend in class. He like basically slid on pavement with an open arm. He crashed and slid, and it tore into like the muscle area down here, and he was bleeding really bad. And I remember when it happened, as soon as he saw it, he was like, ah! It just went down. And I don't know what it was about that moment, but it was like something about that moment like triggered my brain, like, oh, that's what you do when you see that much blood, right? And that's not a good habit to have. But so ever since then, I've always kind of had like extra, you know, extra feels about it. I don't do well. Even when I take care of my grandfather, I used to take him, you know, every other week or every week to the doctor, and they had to draw blood all the time and check levels of everything. And he had to be on blood clot thinners pretty early in life. I think he was like mid 50s when they put him on that. And you know, I don't know much about him, but he was on him for quite a few years, and I think that's why they were monitoring, making sure that like he wasn't going to have like a clot or a heart attack or a stroke or something as a result of that. And every time I'd wheel his butt right in and say, all right, ladies, I'll see you in about 5 minutes. And they'd laugh and go, all right, Brian, see you out there. And Grandma used to laugh too. And Grandpa used to always laugh at me and tell me, man up. That was one of his things he used to say. I mean, he didn't really mean it. He wasn't mean about it, but it was like kind of like a joke. Like, come on, Brian, man up. You know, like, get good. And I was always like, I'd love to, Grandpa, but if you want me to be able to drive you home and wheel you back to the truck so we can get you home, I'm going to go sit out here, brah. I just, I don't know. And so, like, part of my therapy was they legit wanted me to go to, like, the blood draw center and just chill there and hang out in the lobby. That was step one. Step two was go in and, like, have, like, family members get blood drawn. You know, like when Reese needs it or Jillian needs it, go in with them and sit with them. Don't even look at it or nothing, right? Just sit with them. So that was step two. Step three was go in with them and look at the blood get drawn. I'm like, damn, how many times do you think my family's getting their blood drawn? You just think every week we're going? And like, that's kind of what they want you to do. And I don't know if it's like a money scheme thing where it's like, or if it really is good every week. I mean, every week? Every week? That seems like a lot of blood. And so I ended up not doing any of it. I mean, I've gone with Reese and I've sat in the lobby once or twice. I guess I've made it to step one, but I haven't. And I mean, if I told you how long it's been since I've had my blood drawn, you'd all yell at me and tell me to go to the doctor right now. You know, but I've been pretty stinking healthy for the most part. And if something goes wrong or if I have any issues, I always, you know, give it a day or two to work itself out. And then if it doesn't, I call. And usually I get like phone care or whatever. And if they need to see me, I'll go in. Like, I'm not like anti-doctor, but I'm anti-doctor. So, but I do recommend everybody that doesn't have phobias. Like, I also went a long time without health insurance and health care. And that was another thing they kind of attributed it to was frequency, right? When you do something once or twice in your life, it can be, you know, fun or not fun. If you do something once or twice in your life and you have a traumatic experience, it can stay with you for a long time. If you have something that you never had a traumatic experience and you do it all the time, it's just second nature, right? Like getting in a car, think about it. Like if you literally were like born in 1800 and you woke up and you were like, oh, what a beautiful day today. And all of a sudden this flash in the sky happens and I show up in a time machine, Bill and Ted style, so phone booth, of course. And I'm like, yo, you want to come to the 2024 and see what's up with the car? And you'd be like, yeah, and you come with me. The first time you got in a car, it'd be a little nauseating, I would think. Because like in 1800s, we didn't have cars. There weren't, I mean, you were lucky to get on a buggy that went fast at that point, probably. You know, I'm not a history major, so maybe my time frames are off. But you guys get what I'm saying. Like, it'd be scary to get in a car. Just like if you've never been on an airplane before. You make it to 50 years old, and you've never been on a plane, and you read all these things, you see all these movies, and history is, you know, you're aware of history. Like, there could be some anxiety or some fears because you've never done it, right? So frequency is a huge thing, and that's why they were like, you know, go sit in the lobby, go get it done, you know. And eventually, you know, step 4 or 5 was, you know, having it drawn, and like they wanted me to keep pushing it to like, you know, oh yeah. And I love my therapist; she was wonderful, but I was not interested in really following that regimen. And so far, you know, it's been a while. I mean, I've never broken a bone. I'm you know, I'm old as nails, and I've never broken a bone, which is pretty impressive. I've had my wisdom teeth out. That's about the extent of my surgery. And I've just been really fortunate with that stuff. Or I've bypassed a lot of things that I should have had done, dealt with, that never got done or dealt with. But again, I'm still here. I'm healthy. I'm happy. I mean, I'm a little overweight because of my dietary choices of ice cream and adult beverages. But I'm very confident, though, too, that I could stop that at any point if I needed to or wanted to. My wife loves ice cream, though. I'm not trying to blame this on Jillian, but I don't know that I could just stop having ice cream and live a happy... Like, they say happy wife, happy life. She'll rebuttal every time with happy house or happy spouse, happy house. But I'm like, yeah, in this case, I could go without ice cream. I don't know that she could. I think there might be some definite stuff. You going to see the doc today, huh, Justin? Anything big just to check up, or heaving on a jet? Was that a typo, or was that a joke in the sense that we were talking about getting sick on planes? Either way, dude, that's a win, bro. That is a win, and not a nom-win. That's a real win. All right, let me take a quick drink. If you would have asked me how long I thought it was going to take to get this one done, I would have assumed we were done already. And we're not, and we're still a ways out, too, from what I can tell, because there's another building once I get this tower done. Kirsten never did respond, did she? Yeah, exposure therapy, and I imagine it's good for a lot of reasons. I really do. You know, and I mean, at some point I should probably do something about it. I mean, like even watching movies and stuff. Back in the day, you know, before Jillian and I met, I actually dated a girl in high school and out of high school for quite a few years. We were together for like 7.5 years or something like that, and She used to love. You guys remember? I don't know if this is a thing anymore. I really don't. It may still be a thing. It may not be. But do you guys remember there used to be like a CCTV channel that would be part of your cable that would just have like basically like live surgeries all day? And it'd be like, you know, oh, they're doing a kidney replacement or transplant, or, you know, or somebody's lungs were being, you know, tended to, or like there's all this weird stuff, heart, you know, procedures, and like, man, my ex used to love watching that, and I would just immediately have to leave the room because it would just make me uncomfortable. She used to just, you know, and some people, that intrigues people. She wanted to be a dental hygienist. So, like, she wanted to be somebody like clean teeth and was always around and you know, didn't mind blood at all. I, on the other hand, I'm just not a fan. I mean, I appreciate it. I love it. I need it. I want it. But I don't want to see it. I don't want to be it. I don't want you extracting it from me. Not had anything like that in the UK, huh? Yeah, I mean, this would have been like 90s, like mid to early 90s, like probably 92, 93, 94-ish is when I can remember. Yeet! All right. Remember, because we were in high school at the time, and I mean, I was, yeah. Oh. I graduated, and well, I finished up high school. I got my GED, like a numbskull, in 96. I only say numbskull because like I school wise, I know this might come as a shock. I was actually fairly smart. I just really never ever wanted to apply myself, and I hung out with some kids who, you know, we ended up skipping classes and doing things. So grade wise, I was not good at all, and I should have been. I was pretty good, especially science and math. I really thrived at for whatever reason, and always liked the numbers. Now, not so much. I don't. I'm so out of the loop. Like, even Jillian would laugh at me when I try to help Reese with some of his homework, because I mean, I'm just so far out of the loop on a lot of that stuff. Luckily, she teaches a lot, or used to teach a lot of that, so Reese had a nice like tutor ready to go whenever he needed it. Not that he wanted it. He was like me. He you know, was smart and just interested in doing other things and being smart. Class of 96 rules. That's right. Hey, if you're aging yourself, you're aging me too. Just remember that. Just remember that. Yeah, I remember too. So like one of my best friends, he was a pretty decent student. He and I were in the same class, and I came to the school late because I'd grown up in Beaverton, and wasn't until I was 15 that I moved to State. And so end of my sophomore year and then senior year I spent at this school. But like, you know, a lot of the kids at the school I finished at had known each other since preschool or whatever, right? So so coming in late, I wasn't ever like the number one friend, right? I was always like in the groups, but like some of these people had 15, 20 years of friendship before I even showed up. So probably not 20 because we were in high school, but you guys get what I'm saying. So when it came time to high school graduation, I had decided that I wanted to go to ITT Tech. I had sort of screwed around in my sophomore year of high school, when the year I got transferred and moved schools. So I was a little behind in credits, and I didn't want to be a super senior, nor did I want to go to summer school. So knowing I wanted to go to ITT, I got my GED. Well, because I got my GED, and when I got it, I actually was right in sync with the graduation class, and that was cool. But what really benefited me was one of my friends graduated, and for graduation, his parents paid for him and a friend to go to Hawaii. And number one choice was not me. I was not the number one choice. And I'm okay saying that. Number one choice was a year behind us and was going to be in class at the time they were going, because they went in like September. And so the first question was, well, do I have to go to school for the first week? And his parents were like, yes, you do. You're not missing the first week of school. And so he was bummed out and he couldn't go. And luckily I got to go. One of the greatest, craziest trips I've ever been on in my life. It was so awesome that about 3 or 4 years after that, I actually went back, stayed in the same hotel, and pretty much did the same journey, went to the same restaurants and same places and everything. It was a really fun trip. I went with different people. I went with the girl I was with at the time, but yeah, just a wild trip and experience. But I was lucky because I got my GED. Had I not gone and got my GED, I wouldn't have been able to go, and that wouldn't have been a memory for me. Unfortunately, I'm not close with that family anymore. I used to be really close with people I went to Hawaii with, but not anymore. Unfortunately, they're one of those families that has a very loud opinion and likes to sort of shame people and things for not having the same opinion. And I'm all about having a difference of opinions. You guys know that, but I don't like it when you tell me I'm an idiot or a bad person because I don't literally think the same exact way as you. And I also, one thing that bothers me, I don't know if this bothers you guys or not, but especially local stuff. If there's somebody local, like a mayor or a governor or somebody that has maybe not done a great job, again, I'm all about you not liking that person. That is totally your right as a human to not like that person. But when you start putting posts up on social media and you buy stickers that say hang this person or kill this person, or signs of guns pointing to this person or something, I don't know. I just don't. I think that's really poor taste. Again, if you don't like the person, great. But I don't think this person has done anything to the extreme that you should want them dead. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty extreme. And that was kind of what broke the back for me, is that our governor unfortunately made some choices, and honestly, later reports would reveal that this wasn't entirely true, but there was a delay in a decision that led to a very large forest fire, and a lot of people's houses got burned up. But like I said, later discovery would show that not everything we heard in the beginning was true. So a lot of this hate, I get it. You lose your house, you lose everything and that you owned. I mean, there's definitely some frustration in that. But I mean, wanting somebody dead, that's pretty extreme. And the irony of it too is that these people were one of 100 people out of 10,000 that didn't get their house burned down. They were still rubble, 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 off with her head. And I was just like, what? Come on. I don't even like the person. I don't even like the person. I have no horse in the race. But I don't know. It's just gross to me, right? What's my body is an 83. Yeah, well, I mean, some of us, age a little quicker. It's unfortunate, but true. I mean, it's crazy to think of how important genetics are, I am neurologically pretty screwed. My mom has a bunch of, I mean, I don't even know if there's, I'm sure there is terms or whatever for it, but, I mentioned my mom being super naturopathic and organic and, didn't eat meat, especially processed, stuff for, most of her life, right? And I mean, again, this is not something she started in mid 80s or 90s. This is 70s on, right? For a long time, my mom has been that way. And my mom has some pretty bad neurological stuff. So like, you know, she works out like constantly, has always ran or, you know, been a part of a gym, or I mean, she's definitely walking to the beach like 3 to 5 miles a day. And my mom is very active and very fit and very healthy, but she's got some pretty bad neurological stuff. I don't know exactly what changed that made it better, but for like 2 years, and I don't mean this to get a laugh out of you guys or anything, but my mom was legit a bobblehead. And, you know, my mom was a model for over half of her life. And you know, like I said, her body is like a sanctuary to her. And you talk to my mom and she'd just be, I mean, this is pretty extreme, but I mean, she the whole time she talked to you, her head would just tremor, is what they called it. And, you know, my mom's pretty young, and this was going on for quite a few years. And like I said, I don't know if they got her on some meds or if some foods, diet change, something happened that made it better. But, you know, and like my cousin Ron, he ran like 7 miles like every day and ran like triathlons like crazy, and, you know, never ate terrible and always took care of himself, never did drugs or drank or anything. And, you know, he passed away like 8 years ago from, you know, some random whatever stuff. It was something like, I don't even remember, it was like a neurological thing, I'm pretty sure, that took over. And I mean, you just never know, you know, tomorrow may never come. I always try to think that way, especially when I get mad at things. Like, I used to have such a hot head, now I try not to. And Reese and Jillian will tell you, like, there is still like reactions based on old Brian. You know, like something will happen. Like the other day, I don't remember what it was. Oh, we were out and about, and my stomach took a turn for the worse. And I was like, when my stomach gets bad, I usually, like, my whole body will get into distress. I'll get really sweaty and nauseous, and like, it's not a great thing. Again, thanks, Mom. She got IBS stuff too, so that's wonderful. Genetics are a hell of a thing. But historically, like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, when that would happen, I would be like, all right, let's go home. Get me out of this. I don't need to be running these errands with you. Let me out of here. And it led to anxiety, right? Like, and then it was like, oh my gosh. And then frustration, and then, you know, potentially anger. And, you know, I never hit anybody or anything of that nature. Like, I just want to be clear. But I would get mouthy and be like, I don't understand why you can't understand why this, you know. And like the other day, Jillian started panicking, and I'm like, why are you panicking? She's like, because you said your stomach hurts. I want to get you home, and I don't want to keep going. I'm like, baby, I'm fine. She's like, are you though? Because like, you say that, and then you tell me your stomach hurts. And I was like, well, yeah, my stomach hurts. That doesn't mean that, you know, like. And she's like, I'm sorry. The old Brian still has me a little on alert. And I'm like, come on, that was 7 or 8, 10 years ago. Like, you know, and I did. I used to have a hot head, and I don't function that way at all anymore. Yeah, IBS is not fun. And I think that's largely a culprit for why my mom kind of started eating the way she ate too. I think she saw, like, when she had meatloaf or a cheeseburger or any of those kind of things, not only did it like mentally mess her up, I think it physically, you know, gave her distress as well. And it led to her sort of leaning towards vegetables and salads and things. And I mean, that's mostly what she eats. I mean, she does eat fish from time to time, but I mean, it's pretty rare. And yeah, growing up, that sucked. Mom not letting you eat anything but vegetables, basically. I mean, I'd have like fettuccine Alfredo, but like no chicken or nothing. You know, she'd let me have shrimp cocktails sometimes. But I couldn't go to Subway and get like a meatball sub or a turkey sub or anything like that. Like, very rarely. And if it was a sandwich at Subway, it was like a very, very basic, like turkey or something, right? Something very thin and light and easy. And I don't know if she felt like turkey was not as important as like a cow or something. I don't know what her thinking was, if it was a health thing or what. But and you know, today I wish I didn't have such a dependency on meats. Like, my wife's been trying to go meatless for a while on some meals, you know, like even spaghetti, right? But I'm like, why is there no meat in this? And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, this isn't going to be filling anymore because it's got no meat in it, you know? And she's like, just eat more noodles. I'm like, what? But we're getting there. We're finding our way. I don't think we'll ever be meat free totally, but you know, I think like if like the worst case scenario happens like tomorrow, and like society starts to like, you know, dwindle, right? You don't have the truck drivers delivering your foods and your meats, and like if that stuff starts to crumble and distribution is gone, I mean, we're gonna be fairly dependent on what's local that you can get from local farms and stuff. And I mean, we don't have a go-to place for meat other than like the stores, and if they don't have it, we're not gonna have it, because I don't see myself raising a cow and doing all the necessary stuff, or even chickens for that matter. I you know, my mom and I are not the same. I can eat a lot of them foods that she can't, both because I can digest it and because I can stomach what happened to it before. But like doing it though, gutting the fish and stuff, count me out. I can't do it. And whether it's because of her influence or because of the lack of knowledge and I'm just kind of scared, or if it's because of the blood issue, doesn't matter. Can't do it. So I feel sorry for Jillian if that ever happens, because either A, we're going to be like meatless, which will just have me grunting and groaning all the time, or she'll have to tend to the carrying of that stuff. Sleeping pattern. Yeah, absolutely. You know, making sure you get enough rest is important. Trying to keep a steady regimen of that also is important. You know, like, you know, Reese stayed out till 2 in the morning last night. Like, I mean, he's 19 years old. He's very capable of doing that, which is why I felt really bad that I had to wake him up at night. I mean, still 7 hours-ish of sleep, right? I mean, depending on when he got home at 2:10, so I don't know what time he actually made it to bed, but you know, knowing that that's late, man. You know, I feel bad, but like that's something he doesn't do all the time or very often. It's sort of a rarity. But I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, doing it often, that's for sure. And he knows that. He's got early school coming up and whatnot. In fact, I think he starts, I want to say he starts like Monday or Tuesday next week. Jillian's got students back in as of about an hour ago. I think they started at 10 today, so almost 2 hours. But she was texting me this morning. She's like, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. And I was like, cool. Because I've never met any of these kids. And I know she has impact and vice versa. They impact her too. But, like, I don't know any of them. So, like, she could have just copied and pasted a list off of, like, you know, a teacher's classroom. I wouldn't have known the difference. But I'm excited for her. See the growth and the change and, you know, hopefully some positive stuff, structuring. She does a lot of that stuff for a lot of those kids, so getting to see if any of it was utilized or helped out or blah blah. Yeah, I was just looking at the percentage too. We at 90, so it looks like I'm probably gonna get really close to finishing this up right about break time, maybe a little bit over a couple minutes perhaps. But I mean, if I do some good work here and really focus. What do you mean, Brian? You haven't been focusing? Yeah, I won't lie though. I'm excited for Friday's movie release. I'm excited to see Trap. So if you guys want to talk about it, Friday you should pick it up on digital. I guess it'll be available on Amazon, Apple Plus. Like, it'll all be like, you know, rent for $5 or $6 or buy for 20 or whatever. So that'll probably be one that we buy. We don't rent very often. I always feel like, you know what, we're gonna spend some money to get something. Let's not limit our, because there's been like once or twice too where we rented something and then like something came up and we ended up not watching it that night, and it was like, wait a minute, we just surpassed the allotted time. We're gonna have to rent this again now. Ay! You know, only happened a couple of times, but enough to like make you think about it. So if you rent a movie for $6 twice, that's 12. When you can just buy it for 15 or 20, you might as well, you know. And then you get to keep it, and you know, you can have family over and share it with them. You know, have a movie night or something. Kirsten is back. B, 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 B. B, 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 B. Very big Brian brain. Does that mean I'm remembering stuff? Oh, come on, don't take that away from me. Very big Brian brain. That was perfect. You can't tell me I didn't match that wit with perfection. That's not a very big Brian brain move, Kirsten. Which clearly is what VBBB stands for. A very big Brian brain. Right? That's what your, was it your butt that did it? Your butt clearly knew what it was talking about. Right? No? So, hey, you were gone earlier. I was trying to talk at you and ask you some questions that some people were inquiring about. So maybe I can ask you again and we can get to the bottom of this. So, what's the scoop? You and I had like a talk not long ago about a potential, maybe possibility of a return? Of a return? You know where I'm going with this. So I want to know if you're streaming. Tell me what day and time. I want to know if you're streaming. Come on, let me know. Thursday, huh? Okay. Do we know what it is yet? And it's okay if you do, but you don't want to share it. But I'm also curious if you know what it is yet. Okay. So I was I wanted to speak to you about that. I was almost like, if you were like, meh, about tomorrow, which I know you didn't respond that way, or if Greg wasn't avail, or I don't know what the Tude Man's doing. Like, I'm kind of at a spot right now where I feel like I don't want to reach out to Tude anymore. I feel like I'm bothering him. You know, like, you know how when you talk at somebody and they're like, yes, no, yep. And you're like, gosh, am I annoying them, or are they just busy? Like, so again, I'm not trying to put any bad vibes out on anybody or point the finger, but I don't want to drive Tude to the point of like Bryce sanity. You know what I mean? And I don't know if he's there or not. Like, I even had an idea, but he's not even around to share it. And I think it'd be pretty cool. You guys want me to tell you what it is? Check this out. I had this idea the other day, and the wife was not fully against it. We had some things that needed to be answered, but Harrison just started football season, okay, and his team's pretty good. Not that that matters, but his team's pretty good. And he's pretty proud of it. And he works really hard at it. And people were talking, like friends and family were talking on his Facebook. And they were saying, you know, like, oh my God, I'm so excited to see him play. When's he going to play? And he was like, oh my God. Tude was like, oh, he'd love to see that. He'd love to see that. You know how cool it would be if I just showed up at one of his games? Wouldn't that be like, go Harrison? He's like, what the hell? He looks over and he like sees Thumby on my shirt. He's like, why is that guy wearing a thumb? Right? Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine? And I mean, flights are pretty cheap right now. And like, you know, I've got a little care package for Tude. I got like a hooded sweatshirt and some stickers, and a couple other things. Some poly bags. Got like a little care package that I've had sitting downstairs for, that's another thing, for like 2 weeks or more. I told him, I said, hey, I got this package that I keep telling you I'm going to send. It's like almost ready to go. I just need an address. He hasn't even responded with an address. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, I feel like I've outworn my welcome, at least for now. And maybe not. Maybe he's just like, no, bro, that's not it at all. But I thought it would be pretty awesome to you know, just show up at Harrison's game. But I can't do that without Tude's knowledge of when and where, and you know, like, does he want me to come? You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, we're pretty limited on time too, because like, it'd have to happen on a weekend. We'd have to know and plan and get a hotel or whatever. So then I could actually get to see what Tude's mowing experience is like. He's always talking about how big his mowing responsibilities are. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. But I feel like that would, you know, make Harrison's day. I don't know how Sarah and Tude would feel about it, but you know, if it's gonna cost me like $5,000 to make that happen, probably not gonna do it. I, you know, as much as I'd love to go to Ohio, I'm not like dying to go to Ohio. So, but I mean, if we can get it done for like $1,000 or less, we can go meet Tude in person and the rest of the family and go surprise or whatever. I mean, I guess at this point, he may watch this at some point and may catch on. Okay. And if he does, he'll be like, Dad, why aren't you not answering Brian's calls? He was trying to get a hold of you to come watch me play football. He'll be like, what? So, okay, 9 p.m. I was going to say, did we get a time frame for that? Real quick. I see it's almost break time. I see Gerg sending me messages. Are you out there, Gerg? You didn't even respond to my post, bro. All right. It's 94%. You get over here. Oh, buddy. Forgot I even had this. That seagull or whatever that keeps making noise is really loud. They had another loud bird in the last level too. I'm not sure why the sound engineers are like, you know what this level needs? It needs a bird. It needs a bird. Isn't Star Wars Outlaws the game that have one going on for 6 months? Oh, at least, yes. At least. At least. You know, and Hoosier, I would think that this would be right up your alley because of the fact that it is in some ways, I'm sure I'm going to get some backlash from somebody. In some ways, it's a lot like Starfield. So, and in other ways, it's not, but Starfield with more of a theme. So, you know, not that Starfield didn't have a theme. It was sort of defining itself, where Star Wars has been around for a long time. The reports are as it plays like a Han Solo experience, which they say is both good and bad. Speaking of Superman, Brian, did you see the new movie that they I don't know if they just announced it. I just saw it this morning, but they're making a Superman, Christopher Reeves Superman movie. And I know it sounds like, wait, Christopher Reeves passed. Yes, you're right. It's a documentary on the whole process of how he was cast, how he played, his accident, how it affected him. It actually looks really heartwarming. Like, I had to stop watching it because I was like, oh my God, this is going to make me tear up. It's too early for that. Like, I can't be doing that. I got a stream to go into. But, like, it's very heartwarming. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be some good and some bad and lots of sad. But definitely recommend looking into that. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like Superman, Christopher Reeves, or the Christopher Reeves Superman story, or something along that lines. Yeah, it looks really promising. Like I said, it's gonna be a waterworks situation. Like, you know, and his kid was cast. Matt Reeves apparently was cast for a small cameo, and I believe I want to say it's the next Flash movie, if they're even doing one. I know that Ezra Miller, or whatever his name is, was in some hot water for a minute, so I don't know. I think he plays that role really great, but it's always the guys who have a tough, you know, life outside of acting that do, like, look at Robert Downey Jr. in his early years, right? Like, pretty rough go for a minute there. But, you know, obviously turned it around and got good and has had a phenomenal career. But, yeah, there's supposed to be like a cameo where I don't know if he plays Superman or maybe Clark Kent or something like that, but yeah, it might be the new Superman movie, because I know there's a lot of talk about that. I saw some guy got cast. I wasn't familiar with the name, so I didn't know who it was. I just need to look up a photo and see, because I'm sure I know, sure I'd recognize his face. Okay, let's get up on topper. Hipper to the hopper, got to wash the topper. All right. I mean, Kirsten, I mean, unless you've been a bad girl and you had your door removed, I mean, there's always that option. I'm gonna laugh hysterically if I find out that was a thing. Like I said, absolutely no pressure. Just a thought to lob out there. I mean, you know you and all of that. So, you know, you just tell me if there's any way that I can assist or help, or, you know, if you got some questions or whatevs, you just let me know, and you know I got your back. But I hear you. I you know, I 100% understand that. Like, especially in my earlier days too, like, somebody would slam a door and I'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you making so much noise? You know, like, and now I'm like, hey, what are you doing down there? You all right? You know, just making sure people are cool versus like having any feels about it. But that's just over time, comfortable stuffs. Yeesh. All right. So yeah, that's exciting news, guys. Kirsten's gonna be back showing these games. What's up? And I mean, I guess for now, I'm gonna put Star Wars Outlaws on hold. I know, it's an Ubi game. Brian doesn't like Ubi. But sometimes I do be. I actually need to, unless somebody has a good reference point or a list that they've made that they wouldn't mind sharing with me, or if you want to make the list, then pass it on to me. Any of those are acceptable. I need to get sorted out the games that are coming out soon, because like there's a bunch that I have interest in, and some don't have an official date yet too. Like Ghost of Tsushima 2, I know that's like sort of an early-ish development. Probably not any info on that yet, but you know, there are things like Funko Fusion comes out the 13th of September. But do we have an actual release date for Lego Horizon Adventures? And let's see here. There's a couple other things too that. Okay, so one of these things is not completed. There's a couple other games too that are coming out that I'm very much. And I don't know why I'm like totally drawing a blank right now. I don't know why. So that's good. That's good. Piston is good. Large barrel. Okay, so all that is fine. So it's got to be this one. Piston, and are they different? They're all the same. Okay, so pump piston's good. I swear I saw some, so it must be over here then. All right, let's start tagging this jargon. Let's see here. Wait a minute. What? Squirrel with a gun, October 15th. Okay, that's another one that I definitely was curious about. Oh, yes. Maybe this is what I was seeing when I was reaching out this way. Okay. That's looking pretty solid, huh? I do see a piece over there. Probably going to be the under. Okay. What the crap? So I got that one, but why is... You tacky. Yeah, tacky. Alright, so next up we've got lower platform panels. That looks like maybe over here. No. Door. Okay. We shall. Yeah. Okay, so those are done dead. Outtake elbow pipe. That's gonna be over here. Or over there. So it's down there. Yeah. There it is, right there. I see the mess. All right. I don't see any. Oh wait, I do see something. Look at that. Pressure pump pistons. See, there was pistons out there. He did what in his cup? You guys remember that from Cars? He won the piston cup. He did what in his cup? He won the piston cup. Oh, I see. I thought you said piston, pump, piston. Good. Okay, so those are good. Is there... Oh, yep. Booyakashow, solar canopy control arms, and water tank ladder. So really? Really, buddy? Jeez. Sheesh. It's probably on the end cap over here. Yep. I don't think is this one still. Oh, it's this one. All right, water tank ladder. Water tank ladder. Is that this guy? That's lower platform ladder. Upper platform ladder. Ooh, I see you. I see you, baby. Showing that dirt. Showing that dirt. Let's see here. Scroll down. All right. What the heck? That's weird. I just got an email regarding HTGmerch.com, and it basically says that somebody sent us an email regarding your info, blah, 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 blah. And would you like to see it? And the email is like from designing@starmillion.info. I've never heard of them before. It seems like I'm just like a reach or something. That's weird that I'd be getting that directly from my web host. I've never seen that before. Not a big deal. Not worried about it. But I am excited. I got a Lego out for, well, it's not out for delivery yet. It will be tomorrow. It has officially arrived at Salem, so should be loaded up onto a truck. The only thing I'm upset about is that I ordered a whole bunch of stuff, and I went to my cart and like I bought enough that I qualified for these bonuses, and the bonuses didn't ship with my order. And one of the items was actually delayed. It's not out yet, so it was a pre-order, but it was in my cart at checkout. The report said that I was going to get these 2 sets because I spent so much money. And now they're not shipping them. I don't know if they'll send them when the next sets come out, when they finally release, or what. But I mean, I bought extra sets so that I could clear the threshold to get those extra gifts. So if I spent extra money but didn't get the extra stuff, that's kind of frustrating, right? Boy, I mucked up my glasses pretty good. I'm gonna have to get my power washer out. Muckingham glasses. All right, so we're officially done with that. I am going to take a BRB before we get into the second one. But, I mean, it looks like we got a one teeny tiny one and some big dogs. So we'll be back to check that out in a hot second. See you then. What's up, yo? I is back. Man, the weird messages keep coming in. I just got another one to my phone from T-Mobile, my service provider, that says our bill is late. We're on auto pay and have been for years. So I don't know how we haven't changed anything. We have money in the account. Like, I don't understand. It must be like a glitch on their end or something. Okay, paintball area. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get this guy done today. I might have to cut it short. As it sits, I do have some things going on right at 2. Depending on if Reese is back or not. That might help, but also might not. Sentimental person, nothing could be further than the truth. This is going to be a sad seeing these amazing memories get washed away. You guys ever been to a paintball park like this before? I have. I've told that story before, I think. How I went with a bunch of friends, and by the end of the day, all of us but one had either shot or been shot by somebody on our own team. I slipped on a root of a tree right as they called the game, started the game. They were like, you know, all right, everybody ready? Get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. And right as it was 3, 2, 1, I took a couple of steps to like get better position and say something to one of my friends, and I slipped and fell, and I had my hand on the trigger and I shot him. I'm not even kidding. Like, he's like, I'm not counting that. And the ref there was like, all right, you're fine, you're fine. And it was friendly fire bullet anyway, so it wasn't like the other team, but it was still pretty friggin' hilarious. We still laugh about that to this day. Yeah, I get some of the notifications late too tomorrow. Like some of mine, like sometimes I'll get Kirsten's like the day after, or PlayStation's the day after. I got a Call of Duty one a day and a half or 2 days after they made this big video announcement. Like Reese and I already knew about it. And I was like, look at this, they're just notifying me of this. Like, they act like we don't already know, bro. And he was laughing. It's like, slow. I don't know why that is. I mean, there's a lot of movement at YouTube. I would imagine the system does have issues with certain things, but at the same time, it's all just code running that should be able to handle the capacity that they're providing. But it's no wonder why like a large percentage of ads go to them. I mean, there's a lot of server costs and a lot of maintenance and a lot of coding and a lot of new features. Like the being able to comment on a $5 and up super chat, that's new. Somebody had to code that, put that into place. Boy, went downstairs and talked to Reese, and he's got the back door open. It's a pretty nice day out today. I don't think it's very pollen-y, but I am definitely feeling something all of a sudden. Stirred up. Well, Drexler did get a bath yesterday, so when he gets a bath, he sheds like a crazy face for 2 or 3 days after. And that might be something to do with it, but curious to see what's up with this T-Mobile biz. Wonder if like everybody got this notification and it's just like a system-wide mistake, or like if somehow something has changed and we needed to update our payment or something. Or last thing I want is for our phones to get shut off or have to, you know, like a reinstall fee or something stupid, especially if it wasn't because of something on our end. Like, I know we got money. That's not the issue. Wife's at work right now, too, so she can't, like, exactly fix it. And it's a weird deal. We've got our T-Mobile account as a business account for Happy Thumbs, but the irony is they won't let me log into it. It has to be Jillian. And I think it has to do with the fact that the legacy account before that, the years that, you know, we had it, because it was ultimately her account to begin with, and I just got added to it when we first started dating. And then, you know, ultimately it's been years and years and years now, but It's always been her account. So I wonder if that has something to do with it, but I can't call and make changes, even though it's Happy Thumbs Gaming. Like, straight up, like, it's so, I'm like, bro, I'm the owner of the company. Like, why am I not allowed to do my own business for my own business account? And we got sort of duped into changing it quite a few years ago, because they're like, oh, you can issue out, you know, employee phone discounts and blah, 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 and you'll get free tablets and all this stuff. And in the end, we didn't ever give anybody discounted, because everybody we knew already had a cell phone. Nobody wanted to switch plans. And this was years ago, too, so switching was a little harder. And it was like, no, it didn't make any sense. So we really got a tablet that we ended up gifting to my grandparents, because they needed some way to have email and communicate and stuff. But I mean, other than that, like, we've done nothing with the business side, and we haven't gone back either. We don't know if we should or shouldn't or whatever. Can I get a ding? There we go. See, I never failed this for 2 minutes. 5 seconds. Well, how do I rectify that? I mean, is it literally right when I come back every time? Is it like systematically? Like, is it maybe have something to do with, like, maybe the page goes dead and you refresh, or you leave it and come back? Or, because if that's the case, I can't control. The ads are always going to lead the way. If it's posting, if you're just chilling and I literally come live, then maybe I'll come back and be like, this is ad time. This is ad time, or something dumb, right? For the first like 30 seconds or whatever, so the ad can play. When I first start the stream, yeah. When I first start the stream, absolutely. Like I said, it's always going to lead with an ad. I don't think I have much control. Even if I did have, if I don't have ads right now, all these ads are not even my control at all. They're all YouTube, and all of them are going to YouTube. So skip away. Don't get in the habit of that. Ultimately, you guys do view however you like, but if we can come up with a solution, I'm down to spitfire some ideas or listen to your feedback on when it happens, if it's outside of that. And moving forward too, like once we get monetization back, I should be able to sort of change the ad frequency a little bit as well, so that it shows, you know, like aggressively or balanced, or, you know, whatever, however they word it, because there are a couple of choices. I always put it on balanced, you know, and it pretty much does the auto post, so like it does it however it wants and feels. And it actually says every time, although I guess not right now because I'm not monetized, but when we're on HTG, I get this bright blue banner across the top of my screen, and it's been this way for a couple months. Even if I dismiss it, it comes right back the next stream, and it says, viewers will experience ads at different times for maximizing revenue and the viewer's experience. So, I mean, that may not be true. That may just be like a disclaimer to make it sound cool, but really they just play ads at the same time for everybody. I don't know. Again, I don't limited control on that beyond some shadowing or, you know, targeting, I guess. You've seen some live start with a short video type intro. Yeah, some people do the paid advertisements too, and they'll start with like, you know, you ever have back pain? I tried this and I've been back pain free. You know, they have like their little segments or whatever. I get offers all the time to run ads like that. They're like, how much would you charge to run a 90-second to 2-minute ad at the beginning of your video or during your live stream or blah, blah, blah. And it's always like some weird makeup that I've never heard of, or like nothing that's relevant to me or that I think you guys would care about, right? Like, then the other day on HTG, it's like, hey, you're not taking full advantage of your monetization abilities. You are not using this shopping feature. And I was like, what do you mean I'm not using the shopping feature? I better have my stuff up there. And And I went and looked, and my merch is available. So I was like, what do they mean? And it says, click here to start affiliate program. I was like, affiliate program? What does this mean? And so I started reading, and basically I can put myself out there, and people, partners, will come along, and they will look for people with certain criterias. They get access to my analytics. They see a bunch of like the demographic, my views, blah, blah, blah. And then they can choose if they want to support or work with us. And I thought, well, let's be honest. I mean, unless it's a Lego guide video, I'm not getting the kind of traffic that really warrants a sponsorship. So I've always kind of passed on that. But I thought, you know what? Let's just see what this is all about. So I clicked it, and it was like, would you like to partner with Macy's? Would you like to partner with, you know, all these things that like pool cleaners? And like, I'm like, well, Teflon might like that, but I don't think anybody else would care about. You know, it's like the weirdest stuff. And so then the one thing that I thought, you know what? That might actually work for some people, and I might be able to utilize it. I know Jillian would be able to utilize it. And that was, there was a blanket company. And so I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. And it was one of the companies that had request samples. And it was like, you know, if you want samples, you can have samples sent out, blah, 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 blah. So I requested samples. That was like 2 months ago. I have not received even like a terry cloth corner square or anything of a blanket, let alone any product. So I don't know if they looked at my stuff and were like, yeah, right, bro. No, we're not sending you any of these blankets. But I mean, it's like the partners available are really weird. I'd pull it up and read them to you right now, because you'd see like one of them's like Home Depot, I think. And like, I mean, I don't know how could I influence you to be interested in Home Depot? Like, what do I do or say? Nothing, right? This isn't like a home builder or a repairer or how-to or other than Lego or video games, right? So that's just weird to me. I don't understand how I'm supposed to partner up with these people if none of them are relevant to me. And YouTube was like pushing it, like, bruh, you're missing out. Okay, well, am I missing out or are you missing your cut? That's probably what it was. What's happening? Why are we talking about Hoosier blocking people? What? Oh. It's funny, 2 people have Squirrel with a Gun on their wish list on Steam on Reese's friends list, and it's he and I. We've had that on our wish list forever. In fact, I think it tells you when. I can get a better idea of how long I've been following. I feel like it's been over a year. It's probably closer to like 2 or 3, but... That ding was too high-powered for the audio. Did you hear that? I didn't actually set it off. Yeah, I won't wish list it on PlayStation if it's coming out in a couple of days. The only reason I wish list things is to potentially get notifications on release or the deal. Often beyond that, I don't. Or if I think it might be a good stream game. Those are like my main motivational. But now I know when it's coming out, so I'll just buy it. Because it's like a couple weeks, right? You said when it was. It's not far. Maybe next week? Maybe Thursday? Reese said Thursday. Does it come out on Thursday for us too? Oh. Not till October. Okay, so it comes out on Steam Thursday. And October on consoles. Copy. Yeah, it comes out Thursday on PC, I guess. That's what Reese just said. I had some messages, and that's what they said. You know, I just realized I finished that whole last job and I didn't use any of my solvents, my cleaners. Yeah, so Reese will get the game probably in the next couple of days, and I'll get to check it out shortly after. Huh? I just heard a door close. I thought he was talking up at me. Like, you ain't gonna try nothing, fool. You're gonna have to buy it yourself, old man. I wonder if I'm actually making any faster ground by jumping. I feel like I am because I'm covering so much more. Like, if I just sway up and down, it happens pretty evenly and efficiently. But I feel like if I jump, I get a larger coverage. But maybe it's just all in my head. It's all an illusion. Is there really like a top on this? I hope I don't have to get up there and do the top. Oh no, it looks like I do. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. Nice one. Whoa, where'd you come from? Hey, what up, Phantom? Welcome to the stream. Happy Monday. We getting things mostly clean. Mostly. I should put Newt on the thumbnail for these. That's what they come out at night mostly. Mostly. We get things clean in here on Mondays. Mostly. Yeah, I feel like the jump is getting more. I like the swaying back and forth, and the same applies here too, where I'm like moving, strafing, but also moving the camera. Like the it's just wider, right? It just feels so much wider and more aggressive. 20% done. I have way more control when I just do standard swoops, of course, but so here you're going to stream again. Ooh, the rumors are spreading quick. This is when you typically would reply with, "Wasn't me." Ooh, you know what though? I'm wondering. Kirsten, I just had what may be a flaw in my plan, not yours. My plan. I'll have to spread that in here in a minute. Depending on what version of the game you got, that may change availability. You feel like you've seen me do this one before? This one's new to me. I don't remember ever doing the paintball. We've done a skate park that was big, but different. He says, I'll find out on Thursday. Ooh, Kiwi got a new Lego Star Wars set. Chacho's flexing up his platinum. I mean, that's cool you got it, Chacho, but I mean, we literally handed you like over half of those trophies. You graded some on your own too. Oh, don't get me wrong, but like, it's not like a huge accomplishment when we're farming most of the trophies. It was a fun experience. The game was a lot of fun. I'm glad you guys were able to join with me. I'm glad, you know, in your case, Chacho, you got a little bit of a discount, while others were able to get codes and play for free. You know, all of that was pretty awesome. So big shout out to Ilphonic for always taking care of us with their games. You know, I could have played Texas Chainsaw, but I opted to not to, just because of the violence and stuff in the game, even though really in the end it all ends up being pretty violent in a lot of the games. But that's something that I could have gotten my hands on too. There's all those asymmetrical games. they make are pretty fun and also a little bit on the violent side. Clowns was violent without being super violent, though, right? Ghostbusters wasn't violent either, I guess. Friday the 13th, for sure. I mean, Dead by Daylight, different developer, but, I mean, it's got its own violence. Hanging on the hooks and stuff, you know. I wonder why I'm not getting the dings now. Why am I living in a dingless world all of a sudden? There was a quiet one. I don't even think I heard that one either. Like, that's crazy. I did hear that one. It's very subtle and quiet. Right here. Yeah, there was definitely the miniature golf had some pretty big cave-like rocks that were similar. I think they were a little different color, but similar shape and kind of defined in a corner like that. So probably some similarities there. Might be what we're remembering. Maybe you dreamt this and you're deja vuing right now. There's always that possibility too, right? Maybe you saw the future. And we're just now catching up. Let's not rule that out as a possibility. Surprised we haven't seen Nom here today to like talk trash about him having to help me with my computer stuff. We've gone through a couple of different builds now. Most of the stuff's pretty much staying the same, but it's just like different components, different stuff. I mean, my first build was like $2,700, and that's what I want. But I mean, and what I probably should get. And keep in mind, this is work stuff, so you know, it will be a work expense. So I mean, in a way, the more I spend, the better, because it'll be a larger write-off. But, you know, it helps me in that aspect. So it's not just like money being spent for, you know, for no reason. It's work stuff. And I want to be able to stream some games. Like Squirrel with a Gun comes out. I'll have to wait till it comes out on console before I can comfortably play it. You know what I mean? There's a possibility that Streamlabs might get an update and it might fix whatever was happening. It might have been my GPU update that I got. You know, that might have been causing some issues. I didn't actually try to run the game independently on its own. Like, the game may have crashed as soon as I tried to play it without the stream software on. But at the same time, I think it was something in the software that I stream with that was causing that. And not so much other factors. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I haven't revisited that. It was frustrating getting it all set up and then getting it to work, and then it didn't work, and I had that stupid echo, and then it didn't work. Hey, what's up? It's Nom. We were just talking about you, bro. It was like a magic trick, wasn't it? Like, I bring it up, and like 2 seconds later, he shows up. I didn't know he was in here. I honestly did not see him. If you guys go back and you see him, I would be very surprised, but I had no idea he was in there. Oh my, this is like a whole thing here. Every which way but the right way. Look at this cheeky stuff. Yeah. Reese is gonna go out and meet up with Callan to go have a Jamba Juice, and he asked if he could take the GTI, and I said yes. And he was asking about gas. He's gonna put gas in it, but I told him not to. And he's probably like, "What the crap? I'm trying to do a nice thing here. Put gas in your car." But what he doesn't know is that there is a possibility that I might be racing, which is coming up soon, and I don't know how much. Like, I don't want to put a whole tank of gas in there and have to drive around. But if I can get it low enough, if I do race, I'm likely gonna put some race gas in there. And so the more regular fuel I have in there, the more diluted the race gas will be. And like I said, I don't want to have to like go put a bunch of miles on the car to get the gas out of there. I may need to get gas between now and then, and I may, you know, but I won't fill it, and he's got plenty to get the Jamba Juice in bag, so. I'm guessing he's like, what the crap? 30%. Do you think I'm gonna finish this today? Woo! So has anybody been watching movies, prepping for Funko Fusion? I'm curious to see which ones you're watching. I saw somebody was watching The Mummy, prepping for that. That's a good one that I'd like to watch. I love the Brandon Fraser Mummy movies. We'll definitely be watching those here in the next week or two. Like I said, we watched The Thing the other day and Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz is a great movie. Jogging. So many slats. Slats, slats, slats. So many slats. Slats, slats, slats. So many slats. Slats, slats, slats. Got to get all the slats. So I'll come back over the other way, and hopefully I'll start ringing a bunch of these off all at once. Ching, ching, ching. Ready for this to end any time now, game. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Man, I can't stress enough, if you guys are looking for a good TV show that has a fair amount of content, Mr. Robot. Watched Mummy 1 and 2 yesterday. Nice! Yeah, I hadn't seen The Thing in years. Jillian had never actually seen that one. We talked about watching the new one with Mary Elizabeth Winstead too, but when we looked, I didn't see it on like HBO or anything, and I'm certainly not going to go like track down a Blu-ray or buy it digitally. But if it's on cable or something or available on one of our platforms, totally down to watch it. But there's a newer Thing, so based on John Carpenter's story, but different and new, and I don't know if it's any good or not. I never saw it. It's like 2007 or 8 or something like that. I do like how it's broken into sections here, so it makes it feel a little more rewarding. Getting all of these done. Right? Ding, ding, ding. Sales Lion. Last couple areas we've done have been like mostly big surfaces, and also too, the dings have not been a dinging. For whatever reason, they've been like suppressed dings, like really quiet, like they're really shy or something. Not sure what they're doing. Don't gotta be shy, little guy. Just ring-a-ling-ding when you're ready to. No such thing as too late or too soon. I'm happy to gray some areas for sure. Gerg, are you still awake? Are you still out there? You still listening? I never actually remember seeing you type in chat, but you clearly were listening to me, because as I was referring to re-slamming his door and calling him the Hulk, you sent me a Hulk gif on gift cord. That's right, I said gift cord. There we go. 32%. I don't feel like I'm gaining much ground very fast. Although it feels rewarding, it doesn't add up to being rewarding. Most of the track looks like there was a spot out here I missed. That's something I can actually jump on. I could probably, yeah, free it, yeah. It's close quarters. It's not getting it as good because it's close. Let's see if I can pull my old trick. It doesn't work. Basically, if you crouch and then jump, you somehow get a little higher. But it wasn't high enough to get up top, apparently. Got that post. Come on. Oh, there's like another spot up there. Ooh. I get that. Okay, and the track is still like not done. Okay. See if we can get this track done. Did feel pretty good about it if we resolve that. But yeah, the Mr. Robot though, like I said, great show. has a crazy twist at the end of season 1 that, like I said, we were not expecting. Didn't expect it to be that kind of show at all. And it really took us for a loop. And then season 2 so far, we're only like 2 or 3 episodes in. Like, it's just like, I can't get enough. I just want to keep watching more and more and more. And I get that way with certain shows, right? Like, the binge is real at times. But there's something about... I really like Rami Malek, or however you say his name, Rami Malek. He's been good. He played... more or less a mummy in Night at the Museum. It was more of a pharaoh, but same thing. And he's been around in a lot of stuff, but I really like him. He was in what else has he been in? Seems like he plays a lot of roles. I'm pretty sure he's in a one of the Mission Impossibles. We just saw him in a role in something else like 2 days ago on TV, and wife was like, "Hey, is that Mr. Robot?" I was like, "It's the guy from Mr. Robot." "Yeah, why?" She's like, "Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was in this." And I want to say it was Mission Impossible. Some sort of like a cop movie. I remember him being a cop in the movie. It might have been Die Hard or something, like one of the newer Die Hards. I can't remember. Hey, raised his back. All right, raise the roof, raise his back. Pew, 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 pew. So, I'm dying to know what you ate for me. I wasn't kidding. I'm hungry. I knew I would be. I could eat. Dying to know what you ate for me. Cheeseburger, pizza, corn on the cob. Like, what are we talking here? Stop talking about food, by the way. It's making me hungrier. It's me. It's me talking. Okay. Bob dog. Blazing onion. Oh, so my stomach is just an absolute mess right now. Some of my least favorite and digestible items. No wonder my stomach's in such distress. Now, when you say Bob dog from Blazing Onion and Fries, Bob dog. Is that a place, Blazing Onion and Fries? Or is that what you had? When I think of Bob's, I always think of Bob's Burgers, you know, like the big boy. You guys remember Bob's? Holy crap, I think I got all the metal, or the wood pieces. Now I just gotta find, like, where at I missed the track. Although, track is good. It's good. I don't know if you heard this earlier, Rays, but we hit just under 1,400 watch time hours, so we're almost to the halfway point of our monetization being reinstated. Now, I did read this morning that, remember the other day I mentioned that, like, we needed 4,000 watch time hours for the next step, whatever that meant. The next step is actually placing ads. So it's weird that they allow you to take super chats and memberships before you get your ad revenue back. But so once we hit 3,000, we'll have to, you know, there will be another milestone to hit before I have any ad control. And which is okay. I mean, we'll be good, and 1,000 will come fine and quickly, especially once we start getting some memberships donated and like emails start going out for people, and other people are getting memberships and wanting to be more a part, spreading the love with their donations and whatever. You know how it goes. It's kind of a domino effect. That 1,000 hours will come quick after we get 3,000. But it was nice seeing it. It jumped like 100 and something yesterday. So hopefully it'll keep doing that, because I know a lot of yous have been watching. Plus, we've been having decent turnouts for streams. Today is a little quieter than some of the recent days have been. That Deadpool first episode has over 1,000 views, and that's where a lot of our watch time is actually accruing from. I mean, that's sort of the natural or organic stuff that's not, you know, you guys watching extra, I guess I should say. But I mean, it's kind of wild. Like 1,000 views. I think that's the most views of videos gotten over on HTGtv. I'd have to go double check that, but I think that's probably up there. And hopefully it'll continue to grow that way, and most videos will be that way. I've noticed that the videos that we're putting up on HTG are all doing, you know, progressively better, and my other videos, the older videos, are starting to spike a little higher too. I mean, you wouldn't think it, but like 50 views a day extra on those videos is a lot, because you start adding them up, and like not all of them are getting 50 extra or whatever, but the videos that were getting 300 and 400 views a day or in 48 hours are now getting 500-600 views. And so I mean, everything's sort of slowly rising. Our overall video view count is at like just under 900,000. It's like 879 or something like that. I mean, so still a little ways to go before hitting 900, but 900K, that's getting up there again. We haven't hit 1 million views in a month in a while. And I mean, you start taking the two channels and adding them together, and we're even closer. I don't remember how many views this channel has gotten in the last month, but definitely more than it had been getting, that's for sure. So 40%. This place is huge. I feel like the extra swing method is always going to be faster. It's a little bit more out of control, which I've mentioned, which may require a little more time playing catch up to redo stuff. But I mean, is this where I started over here in this corner? You know, if you think about it, if we on average have, you know, 20 or so people that are watching videos per day, you know, every hour that goes by that happens is 20 hours if everybody's doing that. But I mean, 20 hours a day is a pretty big jump. But I mean, that's only 1 hour per person at that rate, right? Or on average. And so you figure that, and you start adding like 2-3 hours, which is a lot of time to ask, right? I mean, on top of normal times too, it becomes a larger number quickly. And that being said, like, you know, if we can continue to grow like 50 to 100 per day, That would be ideal. Now, obviously, I don't stream on Thursdays, and I don't think many care about tomorrow's game. It was one of our lower videos that we've had on this channel, maybe ever, playing the Shoulders of Giants, which I thought was kind of fun. Gray said it looked absolutely terrible. He's wondered why the crap we were playing it. Said, you know, I actually kind of enjoyed it. It was pretty simple. In a way, it's like Borderlands, but in a way, it's not. You know, like, you don't get to keep all your weapons. Everything's kind of always changing, which is good and bad, because, like, Gerg was hogging all the good stuff. No, I'm just kidding. It was Kirsten that was hogging everything. She's like, the benefits of being a primetime shopper. What do you expect? So I thought it was fun. Dang, Justin. Yeah, that's awesome, man. And I mean, I do wonder too, like, is YouTube actually recognizing all of the effort that's being put in? Because, like, you know, if we start adding up basic numbers of what everybody's watching, like, we're clearly not even getting the analytical data to match that. Even though the analytics are ahead of the tracked data, it's still, like, not even seemingly close. You know, I know Reese has posted a few links, and I doubt his friends have watched much, right? But, you know, I tweeted out a couple of clips from me, you know, that got a handful of likes and stuff that were, like, you know, probably only 30 seconds to a minute long. But, you know, hopefully that the more traffic, the merrier, right? Like, what's going on here? There was a person there. Somebody got splattered for railsies right there. All right, so we've almost made it all the way around the perimeter. I wonder if I ever heard back. Oh. Okay. So yeah, my stuff may or may not happen right after. So I may be able to stay a little later. Yeah, also liking and commenting too, guys. That's another thing that, you know, I've been seeing a little bit of too, but like something about that algorithm loves the interaction, right? It wants you to, it wants to know what you guys want to interact with. So, you know, even something as simple as just clicking the like button is hugely beneficial to that type of stuff. And then dropping a comment like, you know, hey, so-and-so was here, or I really enjoyed this video, or thanks again, Brian, or hey, I'm out here doing the Lord's work, you know, or whatever you want to say, right? Like, any of that and all of that is also widely accepted. Because then it'll start pushing to the older subs too. Some of the people that probably don't even know this channel's active again. You know, they're maybe unsubscribed to notifications, but are still subbed to the channel, or however that really works. Yeah, well, don't forget to drop those comments if you're on that mission, Chacho. Over 50% now. Perfect, Chacho. Appreciate that. I appreciate it. It's a barrel. It's a barrel of glass. So we never did see Gerg respond to me talking to him, right? He's not out there. feel like it's past Girk's bedtime. Just want to make sure he's available tomorrow. Like I said, I don't know that we'll see our special guest either. Last week it did not work out. This week it may or may not. I don't know. Stripping and ripping. Stripping the dirt, that is. Let me just clarify. Could have been taken very differently. Just want to get that out of the way right now. I'm hoping I've gotten the more tedious stuff done. Like all those train track pieces and all of that malarkey. I knew it. All right. So now we got some smaller objects. Hopefully they will go quickly. I wouldn't mind doing that excavator today too if we can get our hands on it, but I don't know. I certainly am not going to be able to do the other one. I don't remember what it is. I do look forward to the cruise ship, too. That'll probably be like a whole episode. And maybe even have to go long on it. I don't know. Pretty sure that's a long one. I don't know if I can use my triple ready shreddy, too. But you should make I watched Mostly Clean Mondays and all I got was this lousy t-shirts. And have it be sort of like dirty. Do you guys remember a long time ago? This is kind of gross, so I apologize if I gross anybody out too bad. But do you guys remember a long time ago? I'd say mid '90s. It was actually in a movie. A shirt was worn in a movie, and I just happened to see it around town. My mom lived downtown Portland. There was a shop that was right around the corner from my mom's. They had a bunch of like crazy, like somewhat borderline offensive or inappropriate t-shirts, right? Like, and it was a shirt, and it literally said, "Who farted?" on the shirt, right? And it was this red text with a question mark, "Who farted?" But the shirt had like little rips and tears and like had like brown stains on it, like as part of the shirt. I thought that was hilarious. It was worn in Revenge of the Nerds. Booger wore it, and it was hilarious. But like, you know, muck up a shirt kind of like that, right? Like get it all gross and dirty, and not Who Farted, but like the washing, right? Like I watched Mostly Clean Mondays and all I got was this lousy shirt, and then have it be all dirty. Is that funny or not? Hey, what up, John? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'd love to know, like, what would pique your guys' fancy regarding merch. You know, like, we've had decent success with selling things. I mean, if I'm being honest, we've had like a couple of people, like 2 or 3 people, buy like lots of stuff, and then like, you know, other people don't even know it exists or haven't even shopped there at all. Like, haven't even looked. Like, there's a difference between buying something and shopping, right? Like, just shopping. Kirsten will tell you, she's good at it. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I saw an opportunity, I took it. But ultimately, you know, a lot of people haven't even trafficked, haven't even looked at it. So you guys don't know if you'd like it or not. And I hate to say it, but my prices are pretty reasonable. Like, you know, comparatively to like a lot of stuff, like hooded sweatshirts are normally like 70, 80 bucks. I think ours are like 40, 45. And that's like as low as I can get it. Like, and that's like my whole goal. I'd rather have an army of people out there wearing products that they like than having like 10 t-shirts that have gold and, you know, encapsulated stuff on it. So, have I played Funko demo? I've not played the demo yet, but I played an early build. Reese says Sonic 3 trailer tomorrow. That's what I've been hearing, but I don't know if it's true. I saw somebody say, if the Sonic 3 trailer actually comes out, I'm giving everybody who follows me $1 million. So they were pretty sure that the trailer wasn't coming out, but it might. Based on the time frame here, it sounds like Reese is still here. I don't think he's going to Jamba anymore, which is a bummer because he was wanting to drive the GTI, and I was going to let him. He actually drove it last night out to go to the other Baskin and Robbins to see if they had another tub of beach day for his mom and I, because we have an ice cream addiction. We've already talked about that today. I gotta be honest, I did not even realize there was a sign in there. Did not even realize. You know, it'd be fun to go back to that paintball place and like take Reese and some of his friends and, you know, maybe Justin and Nom and like some local people that are familiar with the channel and the channel is familiar with, and then go and, I swear, yeah, the horns. Oh. Oh yeah, he had to wait for the nail appointment too, which sounds like it's happening right now. Drex is going nuts. He loves Morgan, who does the nails, but yet when Morgan shows up, he's always like, yeah, yeah. And then he's like, wait a minute, you're here to take me to that van. You can tell he gets a little hesitant at that point, but Reese puts him on a lead and walks him out there, and it's all good. And then he's just happy as can be after that, prancing around. I always play that song from one of the songs that Brian D hated from that spray painting graffiti gang, the Future game, you know, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. There's one that got my nails done, got my hair done, yeah. And I play it for Drex sometimes when he's getting the stuff done. And when he hears the song, he's like, oh no, that's happening today. But it gets him in the mood, lets him know. But yeah, he was just going nuts, so I'm assuming that's why Reese hasn't left yet. That explains that. Although he said it was going to be at 2, so he was going to be back by 2. Callan might be here, I suppose, too. That might be what it is. Oh, hey! $66, getting close to that. Oh, come on. Yep, I'm not answering the door, so hold on, I gotta text Reese. Whoops. Yeah, that's the thing about scheduled appointments. You can't show up 45 minutes early. You know, and expect people to be there. I don't know if that's what's happening. It might have been like a, you know, a FedEx package or something got delivered as well. But Drex was going pretty hard at the front door, it sounds like. I can tell when he's going at the window where he posts up all the time, or if it's like at the front door and there's a difference in the bark. That sounded like the front door. But I don't know if I go down there, I'm going to be sucked in and I won't be able, I'll be gone for 10, 15 minutes and I'm not doing that. Sorry. I'll probably find out later from his mom that, oh yeah, Morgan was supposed to be here by 2 o'clock, not at 2 o'clock. Reese kind of ignores some of those details when it benefits his scheduling or whatever. I thought I already did this ramp, but it must have been another one, huh? You know, Drex hasn't come up to tell me either. Normally he'll come up here and be like, yo, dude, someone was just at the door. So maybe not. Reese has not read my text message yet. I like that feature on the phones, but I also don't like that feature. Right? Like if you're not trying to involve yourself in a conversation, but like somebody texts you something and you open it and they can see you read it, but you're not like you're at a movie or something, right? Or you're on the phone or something like and then like sometimes there's that expectation of, oh, they've read it, they're gonna respond quickly. You know, like I do it on Discord, like when I'm like, I don't know, I haven't heard from so-and-so. And they'll be like, oh, someone's typing, they're getting ready to message me, right? Like, definitely have been there before. I'm sure most of us probably have. Mostly. There's a roundy. I don't like these roundies. Yeah, no, that's the worst too, right? Because like, especially if you're in mid-conversation with somebody and they're like, you can tell they're like struggling to either focus on what they're responding to or, you know, what they're gonna say, or they keep changing it, or typos, or you know, there's all sorts of possibilities at that point, right? So, yeah, that's definitely not ideal. You know, I used to be really social. When I ran my 503 clan, you know, and I was working at Urgent Fury, I'm serious. I put hundreds of hours on my phone every month of text messaging and phone calls, whether it be, you know, for meetings, for work, or organizing, or, you know, handling complaints or respect issues, or, you know, because in the early days, we were all on the same team, but we didn't always play and act like we were. There was a lot of interdisgruntled stuff that had to get sorted out. You know, surprisingly, Nam was never in the middle of that. I mean, I would have bet money on it at this age. But, like, I mean, he was a troll, but he was a little quieter back then. Not as openly defiant and whatnot. So, Drex is going at it again. anyways, there was a couple of guys that really just rumpled feathers from others. And some of them prided themselves on it, too. There was a couple of guys that they were always good to have on your team when you got in, like, a trash talk situation with another team. But, like, half the time it was more problematic for your team than it was, you know. So, and I don't miss those guys. I actually had some run-ins. One of them actually ruined a lot of stuff for me. He was the guy that pretended. This is so wild, too. This sounds like I made it up. This literally sounds like I made it up, but I promise you, this is not made up in any way, shape, or form. I got to go to a developer studio on a media day, and I sent one text to a friend with a picture of me out front of the studio, like all happy, like, look at me, I'm in front of Zipper Interactive. I still have the photo. I still look at it often. We laugh about it often. But my friend that I sent it to got online, went to the actual SOCOM forums, started posting, pretending. He basically got into a measuring contest with another person on the forums. And because he had what he would consider inside info talking to me, he told the world that he was there and that he was me. And he was like, look, I'm even out front. Here's a picture of me out front. And before that contest ended, the people who ran the development studio got word of this, saw my picture, came and found me in the studio and threw me out. Like, I'm not kidding. They threw me out. And my boss, who I was working for at the time, was scrambling, trying to figure out why we had just gotten thrown out, because he got thrown out too, as well as my cameraman, because I had a cameraman with me. And so then I basically had to play 20 questions with them and figure out, you know, prove to them that I was not the guy on the message boards, that yes, I had sent that photo. I had to submit my phone to them, and they went through my phone and went through all my emails and text messages. And, like, I had to wait, like, an hour before I could even walk back in the building. And then I came back in, and they were the nicest people. They felt so bad. I mean, I admitted, yes, I sent the photo. Yes, I told one guy I played the game, and it feels like what we want it to feel like. There were no details. There was no stuff broken. Did I break the NDA by sending that photo and saying that we're going to like the game? Yeah, technically I did. But I didn't say, oh, it's like this, or oh, it's this color, or you can do this, or there was no detail to follow. It was just like, bro, you're going to love it. It's awesome. It's got a lot of qualities we've been looking for and asking for, and, you know, I can't wait for everybody to play it. And they saw that, and then they were like, all right, you didn't do anything too bad. We get, like, you're basically crying. you're a grown man basically crying in our parking lot. Like, because, I mean, this was, like, my favorite game of all time, and these were people that I had, like, totally looked up to and followed and read on social media, and I finally get to be there, and Schmohawk ruins it for me, pretending to be me. And so that ended that friendship. We were done after that. Like, I couldn't handle any more of his, you know, anything. And then, of course, you're such a selfish, blah, blah, blah. You know, he tried to, like, spin it and turn it on me, and tried to get the clan against me and everything, too, because all the group of friends that, you know, we'd all been playing with for 4 or 5 years at this point. But yeah, that was the straw that broke this camel's back. I've never spoken to him again since then. He's a local boy too. He lives, like, we hung out. Like, we went to barbecues and pizza joints, and I've been to his house before, and, you know, and so yeah, that's no longer. It's been a long time since I've even said that dude's name out loud, let alone any of this. But I can't finish Harry Potter at all. I've tried and tried. Must be glitched. No cheats. What is it that is the holdup? What is it, like a percentage? I mean, there's like the time turner stuff and the Owl Emporium, and like a couple of things that are commonly missed. Gold bricks, you know, or character tokens. There's a couple that are kind of commonly. You know, there's also the getting stuck down in the dragon's lair and the below the, what is it, DA rooms, the Dada rooms. There's a couple of things that are pretty known. Kirsten's got a lot of really helpful knowledge that she's helped track and experienced herself over the years as well. But yeah, I mean, what is it? Where are we at? Just one gold brick from 100%. So I'm guessing it's probably that Owl Emporium one. Have you, so, and which version are you playing? 1 through 4, 5 through 7? Is Nearly Headless Nick there for area collectibles? Because I think he's in 5 through 7, but not 1 through 4, or is he in both? It's been a while since I played. I can't remember. I feel like there's a stipulation to that, like he's only in one of them. But like, if you know the area of where it could be, that would help. But again, I'm not sure the version you're playing has that offering. Be a lot cooler if it did. Like, it'd be awesome if we knew it was like the Courtyard or the Owlery or, you know, Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley, because they're all broken down into areas, right? Okay. 81%. 81% done. This goes on and 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 on. Tried to say Drex went nuts, but I typed butts. Drex went butts. What does that even mean? Eddie Funko's theme. There's a new 1010 video that just hit my inbox. I mean, it probably got released like yesterday or the day before. We were just, YouTube notifications aren't always on point or on time. But I just got an update or a notification saying that they had launched something, so might be worth looking into. After stream, of course. After stream. Still have a hard time believing that Funko Fusion has The Thing in it. It also has Xena Warrior Princess in it. Like, where have those franchises been hiding the last 20 years? You know what I mean? Like the people that you're appealing to are largely going to be probably people who don't even remember that. Battlestar Galactica. I don't know. Wasn't there like a 1980s version and then also like a 90s version or 2000s version or something? Like, wasn't there two? Or am I just thinking, what's the other one? There was the other one with, what's his name? Not Buzz Lightyear, but the, come on. There was the 80s show. Come on, Raised, help me out. Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers, nailed it. Didn't need any help. Zurg's a good one too. I was not Buzz Lightyear. That was a good reference there. But no, there was an old show from way back in the day, and Buck Rogers. And I kind of confuse maybe Battlestar. There was a Battlestar like 70s or 80s show too, though, right? With the old Xylons, I think is what they were called. I swear I remember, but maybe that was all Buck Rogers, or maybe Buck Rogers is Battlestar Galactica somehow or something. I don't know. Help me. Somebody that's old like me, help me solve this memory conundrum. Cylon's Battlestar Galactica. Okay, so that definitely was an older. Like I remember, like a little robot dog too, right? Like is that Buck Rogers or Battlestar? I'm not old. I just level up each year. I mean, I'll take that. That's gonna be tricky getting the backside of this box, huh? Come on, be forgiving. Yeah, all right. Did I get the barrel? Yeah, okay, okay. I wonder, maybe my Lego got delivered. I guess that is a possibility. It was pretty local at like 7:45 this morning, but I don't expect it to get on a truck and get launched at that point. Like I feel like that's a tomorrow kind of a thing. But I suppose, I mean, my wife is, she is the queen of ordering stuff. It's no wonder that her and Kirsten get along. Sorry, I saw another opportunity. I took it again. Shopping has been a hot topic today for you, Brian. Yeah, I ordered something for my wife the other day, and I'm really bad about like I've gotten stuff secretly and delivered it, and like, you know, like Christmas time too, like gotten stuff that wasn't the right stuff or the right size, or, you know, and I hate that feeling. So I'm like, I always inquire and usually get something, and usually I'll be like, give me a link and I'll buy it for you, you know. So she almost always knows what I'm getting her and when I'm getting it for her. But I ordered something the other day for her, and it's absolutely been killing me to not tell her what it is, because I really think she'll enjoy it, but I don't know. But again, like the price, or not the price, but the size, I wasn't sure I got the sizing right, and so I ordered it, and it was like something that popped up on Facebook a bunch, and so I followed the link, and I ordered it, and then of course 2 days later I get the tracking for it. I'm like dying, right? Like, all right, is it gonna be here tomorrow? Is it gonna be here tomorrow? Is it gonna be here tomorrow? Nope. It is actually being shipped from China, and so it's got to go through like customs and all that. Now, it is moving faster than it did 3 or 4 years ago, but I mean that was usually like a 2 to 3 week deal to wait for something to come through Chinese customs, and that might be standard everywhere. Like, I'm not taking a shot at anybody's mail system or anything. Like, just the simple fact, like whenever I've ordered something, it's always taken weeks. Like, I've ordered a couple of car parts that were, you know, maybe questionable choices or whatever, but I gotta wait like 6 months to get them. So it's like, I won't know if I made a right choice or not until it finally gets here. So I ended up ordering it, but now it's like every day I'm checking, and it's like, it's actually cleared. It's arrived at the Chinese customs, but it hasn't processed or done anything in a couple of days. I ordered it like Wednesday or Thursday last week, so obviously Saturday and Sunday don't often count when it comes to referencing those kinds of things. But holy cannoli, am I okay? Whoa, what's this cacti doing over here? But it's killing me. And yesterday we were out and about, and she saw somebody with something similar, not the same, but similar. And she was like, and I was like, like, and I wanted to tell her so bad, like, hey, guess what? I got you something similar, and it's gonna be here and soon, but not soon enough. But not soon enough. So, hey, we're down to 1 fortress. Look at that. At least I think. We'll see if I got all the slats and all the backs and the booms and the tops and all the stuffs. Susan is the oldest. Uh-oh, Chacho. I would be careful. Let's let Susan determine if she's the oldest. I mean, I don't know if that's a prideful statement or a regretful. Those could be fighting words, Chacho. I'm just looking out for you, man. I'm still sub 50, so I'm not like old as dust yet, but like I'm working towards it, like some of us out there. And I'll be 47 in a few months. It's crazy. My son is gonna be 20 in a few months. It's wild. Wild. Yep. The wife will have her recurring 28th birthday again. Reese will turn 20. That sounds odd, but you know how those older birthdays get for some of the ladies out there. They just all of a sudden hit the pause button. It's the strangest thing, and I don't know why it's not doing the same for me, but now Jillian doesn't mind being older. Sees it as experience, learning, reliability. I swear I smell food. I don't know if Reese is back or not, or if my nose is playing tricks on me or whatever, but I swear I smell like... There's a place we go to called the Chicken Shanty that has like this certain seasoning or whatever they make. Kind of smells like chicken shanty. Maybe that's just my body telling me, you need chicken shanty. I tell you what, I might have to go get some after this stream. I was tiresome. The sun has been killing me too. Forgot to bring some sunblock. She gets everything she wants. Yeah, like lots of trips to the doctors. I doubt that was at the top of her list of wants, Chacho. I think that's at the bottom of most of our lists. I mean, some of you might love the doctor. You know, it helps if you have like a good relationship or a friendship of sorts with them. I know some people that are like attracted to their doctors and they like, yeah, I get to go see Dr. So-and-so. I'm like, that's weird. That's weird. But, you know, whatever gets you to the doctor, I guess. Whether it be old age, desirability, poor plumbing, all of the above. All right, we 95 style over here. I'm sure I'm gonna have to go up and do like the flagpole and the floor. probably pretty symmetrical to the other hideout that we did, or the other fort that we covered. Just because that's usually how the paintball places are. I mean, sometimes they're different. Sometimes they have like donations where people create something and just donate it, and then they use it. The place we go to in Malala, I think it is, was like that. They had like different areas. Like they had like a castle-y type area where it was like, it was actually 2 castles and then like a big open ground with some stuff in between. And then they had, you know, another area that was more woodsy that had like a creek and stuff too. And so when we went that day, we played in like 2 or 3 different, I don't know what you'd call them, sets or games. So there wasn't just like one game and one winner at the end. We played in a few different things, and then it was really cool. I really enjoyed it. I don't know why we never went back. I know that even on the way home, we had like paintball wars with like the people in their cars were like, I mean, don't do this, very dangerous, but we were like shooting paintballs at each other driving down the road and stuff, and like, thunk, 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 thunk. And it was like a very memorable, fun day. And we never went back. I mean, I even have my own paintball gun and stuff. I haven't put any compressed air or anything in the tanks and shoot since Reese was like 5. We used to take it out to my grandparents' house and blast away. Reese loved shooting the paintball gun. But I've got a WGP autococker, which used to be a good gun. I don't know how they fare anymore, if it's still considered a good gun, if the new ones are just like far superior due to technology, or if maybe because it is what it is, maybe it's built better. You know, sometimes the older builds are sometimes better builds. So it looks like we'll finish this today. I don't think we'll get to the excavator. I might take a peek at it. Old Boo Boo said that he was likely going to be available, and I want to hit him up and play some games / bother him for a little bit, catch up, because it's been a couple weeks since we saw him last on Killer Clowns, and that was the last time we really chatted. So go check in, see how his Uternet is doing. Let's see here, reveal your age. Oh yeah. I already did mine, you already know. I let the genie out that bottle. Cowabunga! Oh no, I didn't mean to fall all the way off. What a noob. Too much excite. Too much excite. Alright, so we got all the underside there. All the underside there. Got on the underside there. And there. Okay. Why is this not ringing off? There's gotta be some more down under, huh? Speaking of Killer Clowns, watched the video last night. Never heard you say that. Oh no! You did not! I mean, I appreciate the watch time and the support. Man. Pretty out of character for old Brian on stream anyway. Historically, I've been known to say worse, but you know, not very loose-lipped these days. Not like I once was. Oh boy. Hey, you guys all have dirt on me. All right. Okay, well. Bet you there's like, oh, yeah, there we go. I saw you. We'll get you taken care of here. There we go. So all of this is good. All of that's good. It's got to be in the tunnel. Ooh, water bow. Oh, I see some rocky poos down there too. Alright, good. So Reese is home now. That means if Morgan shows up, we're covered. Oh, show. Huh. This wall is not done. I mean, it should be. Ah. No, it's not even. It's not even part of it. Hey, that's good. What about this guy? You guys see anything? It's like right here and over. This crack and over. Aha. All good, all good, all good, all good, all good. Oh, I saw something that had a bunch of stuff on it. Line warning sign. Okay, so it's probably the backside and down. I come to spray down under. Spray that dirt from under. Ooh, I see you. All right. Okay. Well, shoot a pickle. Visually, I don't see nothing. Large crate, rock face, small crate, water barrel, stone, cacti, small crate. Just looking for any change in stuff. I mean, it's all got to be like 99, and there's probably 4 things. So mine posts. Uh-oh, Boo came on. I better wrap this up. So what do I need to post with the most? Mine post. What does that even look like? Mine. Okay, there we go. Okay, Fort Blue Flag. So Fort Blue Flag, well, we know where that is. Fort Blue Tower Caps, okay. flag? I really didn't get the flag? Fort Red frames. Okay, so Fort Red tall wall caps. Oh, come on. Restart job. Whoops. Okay, so there's one of them. Huh? Oh, so I just had the red frames left. Okay. Post, fence, post, frame. Where's the frame at, yo? Where's the frame? Okay, well, let's mock it. So it's got to be from the top. Booyakasha! Perfect timing! Look at that! We got it done, did. So we got a couple biggies done. Lots more muck in these files to muck up, though. Woo to the who! All right, so we got Clean the Excavator and Clean the Spanish Villa next week. We'll probably start off with this guy right here. I'll go ahead and confirm the start. See if maybe we can load in and take a quick photo for a thumbnail next week. Not sure why I decided to add a really weird accent to that, but you guys seem to enjoy it, so you're welcome. All right, so I'll put that. I always try to get this. Sometimes I edit the reticle out. Sometimes I do not. So that'll be a pretty easy one to get rid of. Boom. Thumbnail. All right. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out, watching, supporting, liking, subscribing, all of the above. We'll be back tomorrow with Shoulders of Giants, which is a fun, I don't know, they call it a roguelike adventure, something, RPG, MMO, way too low, gotta get gooder, whatever kind of. It's a lot of stuff all mixed into one. We enjoyed it last week. We'll bring it back for at least one more go tomorrow, see how you guys like it. And then on Wednesday, we'll be finishing up all of our trophy hunting and beginning our final ultimate run, the Ultraviolence run on Deadpool. So I figured 2 more weeks of that. And then Friday is up in the air. I've got a couple of different ideas. I'd love to play some Apex or some Fortnite. Depending on whether I can get a team or not, will be up to people. So, hey guys, thank you so much. Again, thank you for watching. Drop comments and like those videos you're watching on the extra, just to help Q and make sure that YouTube is tracking all of that. But guys, that's going to do it for me. You know the drill. Head on over to any of our social medias. If you have not already, please check out HappyThumbsGaming.com. And of course, we got HTG merch available as well. Love to see you over there sporting some new gear. If you guys have any requests or ideas you'd like to share for apparel, please let me know. That's going to do it for me, though. As always, until next time,